Yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Continentals Company Esports World Cup 2025. It is your League of Legends finals here. I am Titan on Fire, and I'm joined by the wonderful MXL, who was here last week, who got to watch the semifinals. How you doing, MXL?
Doing all right. Excited to see these two North American Titans face off for what feels like the third time. Of course, we saw them play in the CEA finals 2 weeks prior, so they're back again. They're hungry for a rematch, apparently.
Yeah, that CEA finals obviously was a bit one-sided, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Now, the Continentals, if this is your first time joining, is an intercontinental competition between the top two teams from each of CEA and their European partner organization Metagame's spring seasons. They're battling for bragging rights. There's no money on the line here. In the semifinals, both the North American teams won, which is why we're now here, and we're getting to play on NA servers, no
Yeah.
ping, no lag, and we got a rematch of our spring finals, as you said. And I mean, obviously, we're probably going to be drawing on those spring finals a lot as we go into kind of thinking about how this series is going to play out. So you were there, you watched it,
Yeah.
you commentated it. What happened?
I mean, realistically, it was a lot that came on the shoulders of, in my opinion, Cube. I think Cube looked really, really strong in that series and just kind of took over the map in all three games and looked really, really comfortable on whatever pick they were given. So I'm expecting to see that type of play happen again. Looking towards that support role, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure to make that performance happen once more. And I think you look at someone like Jaden as well, who's again taking a peek at some of the things we're seeing on the champ select. We saw Jaden in 4 different roles over 3 series. Like, that is absolutely insane to me. I think the only role we didn't see Jaden play in was mid lane. So, very, very comfortable, knows what the rest of the team is going to be looking to do as well. So, it's just a very potent roster for this side of Epic. So, we'll see if Capital One has another trick up their sleeve or if it's going to go pretty similar to what happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think Epic, what we saw a lot last week is they do have a lot of flexibility in their draft, whereas Capital One is maybe a little more straight shooting with what they like to do. Obviously in that semifinals, when you're looking Capital One, what'd you see? Both games that they won, their draft went, all right, listen, we're drafting top bot support to try and get a winning bot matchup, and then we're saving our jungle and mid until the second round of picks. And it was the same thing every time, and that's really what I think Epic was able to take advantage of, especially in that finals that they played, where it's like, hey, we know how you're going to draft. We know that you want to try and get your bot lane a winning matchup because that's where you might be weaker. And they just said, well, we're going to play around that. We're going to pick early our bot side, and we're just going to counter you.
Yeah, and I think one other big thing to note was Jaden felt very comfortable in a weak side lane, was playing really, really safe, playing really smart. Even if the lane was winning or winnable, just playing back, saying, okay, my jungler's not here, there's a world I get punished for this, or even having the ability to get out from it. So very excited to see if we're going to see that happen again, or if there's going to be a little more aggression, a little more overextension coming out from the top lane, because that was kind of the weak spot, honestly, in Epic's victory, that 3-0 victory 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Capital One tries to target there again in that series. They did throw a lot of top jungle bans at Jaden, particularly, saying like, hey, we want to try and target you out. We want to get rid of like the Gragas, the Zac, the Rumble. We want to get rid of all these things that we know you're good at, so that we can try and take advantage of you being on something that you're maybe less comfortable with. But it didn't work out then. So we'll have to see if maybe it can work out now.
Yeah, and I believe there's a different top laner playing for Capital One today from who we saw last time around. So we're not going to have the the Nocturne top come through, which I know, again, looking at that game, the scoreline wasn't necessarily the prettiest, but it was really, really strong in game 1, and that was a matchup that Jaden struggled with, right? So I'm interested to see if there's going to be some more specific counter picks that we do end up seeing in this series, but first game, I believe, should be getting underway here in just a second. Yeah.
Yeah, and we are unfortunately casting these from VOD. We do not have the drafts available, so we will theorize. We will say, oh, this could go this way. What happened here? We're not going to be able to tell you specifics until we get into the game and we see what actually happened in these drafts. But I think for Capital One, you're expecting, hey, in the semifinals, they were drafting point and click compositions. They were saying, listen, we want easy to execute,
Yes.
and that worked for them. They're drafting Malphite, Nasus, Senna, like possibly the most easy to execute composition of champions that you could.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what they looked to do was play around those easy buttons. It's very telegraph team fights, but it leads to being a little simpler to execute on, like you mentioned. So I think a lot of what Capital One kept looking to do was playing for picks, trying to look for one person to maybe start taking objectives, and it just never quite came through. So interested to see if there's an adaptation there, if they're going to go toe-to-toe for that team fighting. Maybe they've practiced on those pick comps a little more. So there's a few different options that they could look to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously what we saw last time from Epic was, hey, they're very comfortable playing a full-on dive comp. They went
Yes.
D4 Lux Pantheon, you know, Samira, and then an Ezreal top in there just because.
Okay, the Ezreal the Ezreal did not end up top lane, thankfully.
Oh,
It did
right,
for
right,
a
sorry.
real top laner. I would have cried, but I do hear the sounds of the rift. I think that means we're about to pop on in.
All
Perfect.
right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Epic Victory Royale is in the blue. Capital One is over in the red. And let's look at these drafts on the side of Epic Victory Royale. Jaden on the Ambessa, which I know we talked about a little bit before we got into this, but that is quite the surprise considering Ambessa is his most played champ in solo queue.
Yeah, definitely one of the stronger champs for Jaden, and I think he did end up getting it during the CEA finals. Didn't look particularly great, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that was into the Pantheon that got really fed. So, interested to see if we'll have another case like that. And the weirdest pick to me out of these two comps for sure, the Fiora coming through. Really, really fun champ. And has the ability to play well around the Ambessa ult. I believe it's fairly easy to react to with that riposte, so should be a fairly decent matchup, I would think, for QQ up in the top lane, but again, it seems almost a little skill matchup.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this is definitely one of those matchups where it's going to depend on how Fiora saves that riposte, how she's able to dash around the, using her Q, trying to dash around that Ambessa when she tries to go in. Now, on the bot side, we also have a pretty interesting draft here. Now, Epic really do enjoy their hard engage, like go all in compositions, and the Xayah Braum here is obviously going to have a lot of pressure. That Braum passive stacks up early, but I do like Capital One's response to it. You know, the Tristana Maokai has a lot of ways to get out, and also has a lot of ways to get in while avoiding some of that Braum damage.
Yeah, and they can play both for that aggressive engage or more for appealing style of 2v2 or even the later fights. You have the ability to rocket jump in or out. You have the Maokai ult for the peel, the W for the peel. So just a lot of different tools to really either start a fight or get out from one.
Yeah, now what we haven't talked about yet is obviously that mid-jungle matchup, which is something that I think Capital One especially usually tries to get an advantage on. We saw yesterday they saved those for later in the pick, and this time we're getting the jungle Talia, which I haven't seen in a while, but is still pretty good. I know that like there haven't been any nerfs to it. It's just that meta-wise you haven't seen a lot of pro play, but it's still a very strong pick, especially when you get to those later game ganks, when you have hard lockdown like the Maokai for those bot lane ganks.
And looks like that cleanse being burned.
Ooh. I mean, Nas just going to get the kill there.
Yeah.
Nobody Mofun goes down, and that is, again, it's the Braum damage there if you walk up too much. But here in the mid lane, there's going to be another kill as Pyro and Flame just walks up, presses his W, presses Ignite, and says, why are you stepping up here, Aurora?
Yeah, and Pancake also taken super low in the bot side afterward, and it looks like it's just going from bad to worse across the map once more. We mentioned Cube looked really, really strong in it. That was unexpected.
Okay, solo kills all around. QQ there manages to get the kill on the Ambessa, gets the vital procs, and I mean, this is Capital One. That's a pretty nice start where you get the solo kill in the top lane. Obviously, your mid lane is going to hurt, but here, I mean, testing subject just out of position. That's going to be an easy 2v1 pickup.
Yeah, and that's really, really big. The Fiora getting 2 kills early. Okay.
Pancake.
Wow, Pancake playing with fire there, but double buffs now for QQ on that Fiora. 2-0 with an early lead on this champion. She can easily take over a game. Definitely interested to see how that will go. Jaden wants more.
Jaden wins this with the double buffs. Vital proc goes down. Out of cooldowns and best of flashes, but Taliyah just stays around, and there's no flash here for Jaden. He used it earlier. The dash goes in. There's the third kill. Capital One get that feat of warfare.
Yeah, and we mentioned the potential over-aggression maybe from Jaden after what we saw last week, and that's pretty much it right there. Playing a little too greedy, walks a little too far forward. Good response from the Taliyah to walk up for Capital One, and maybe Fiora doesn't get that third kill, but Taliyah getting off the ground is really big. The wave state lost to Jaden as well, and it's just from bad to worse for this top side of Epic Victory Royale. Yeah,
that just hurts. So many minions going down there, and yeah, as you said, it was just great job there by the top jungle of Capital One. Taliyah, it's really easy there to just start pathing down and say, all right, I'm going to go clear. I'm going to start heading towards Dragon. But QQ calls out, says, hey, this Mbess is walking up. I have double buffs. I'm not actually that weak. As bot lane, Braum going in. Maokai gets stunned up, but looks like Pancake, untouched so far, is going to get hit with one of them. But Taliyah's here, and it's going to be really hard now that those cooldowns are down, and that's a great seismic shove onto Testing Subject, who goes down again, and this is not a good start for the Lilia.
Yeah. Lilia's another one of those champs that when behind feels very, very bad to play. So does have avenues to contribute to these later fights, but Vexel is short.
I mean, I gotta say, Taliyah, the jungler here for Capital One is doing such a good job of staying around these lanes, even after the initial fight is done. You see there was just hovering, knew that Vex was roaming down, and said, all right, I'm gonna be here in case she goes in, just to provide that extra safety, and that's really allowing a lot here as, oh my god, Holmst, you just really can't play this lane as Aurora early on, at least. It is so difficult, as QQ going in with the ult. I don't know if you can actually get the kill here. Camera goes back down to bot because there's also a fight here. QQ did end up going out, as there's going to be the kill for Nah. Taliyah is still here, though. No flash for Nah. Gets seismic shoved back. Cube gets the kill onto Pancake, but it's traded back as the Xayah is going to go down.
And the kills right now for the side of Epic Victory Royale going in the right spot. Everything going on to the Xayah for the time being. Of course, Braum getting that one with the Ignite, but ultimately the 2v2 going so heavily in favor of Epic at the moment. It really is coming down to the top side for Capital One versus the bot side of Epic. So we'll see how this progresses, but Xayah with a lead, really, really hard to shut down as well.
Yeah, and once she gets that feather call available, and you have that ult, especially, it's going to be so difficult to try and lock her down with that seismic shove, which Capital One had been so good at landing. But as I said, it's, bot lane right now for Epic Victory Royale in a very, very good position. No Money, Mo Fun is really having a lot of trouble on this Maokai, because anytime you try and go in, anytime you use that W preemptively, it's just bad, as QQ just says, okay, I'll get that kill. I got, like, most of my Hydra completed. Yeah. You can't walk up here. What are you doing?
Well, and it's most of a Hydra in comparison to a Cole and a D-Blade. Like, just now picking up that pickaxe, but 0-3-0 on the Ambessa right now. Not where you want to see it in the early stages. Of course, still can be that assassinate button in later fights, but for the time being, not able to hold the Fiora, and that's going to be pretty terrifying as the game progresses.
Yeah, this Braum is, I mean, as you said, Cube doing so much work on this Braum here. The wall goes up, Tristana just can't land any damage, and they get a decent trade here in the bot lane. It's a very nice position, but right now, Taliyah, Fiora, massive leads here on the top side of the map for Capital One. The Lilia, as you said, it just does not feel the best one behind, and here's going to come the Braum ult. Tristana has to hop out. Maokai with a good Bramble Smash there to try and get Braum in range of the tower, and here's the Taliyah. Seismic shove onto the Braum. Xayah's ahead, gets killed there by Pancake, who's going to go back in. This might be a double, but it's picked up by the Taliyah. 3-0-3 in the jungle, and that's kills back to the bot lane.
Yeah, really good read coming out. The trade, of course, is going to be that Rift, the Void Grubs, rather, in the top side, given over to Epic Victory Royale. Could see the Drake fall for Capital One, so traded the neutrals, but ultimately, again, Taliyah so far ahead of the rest of the game right now, and that champ against a bunch of squishies with a lead is rather terrifying, so we'll see. I don't think the Vex wants to try this, yeah,
No.
we'll just run away.
And I mean, oh, this is a real bad position here for testing subject. I mean, Sleep's gonna go down just to try and survive. Flash still needs to be popped though, and that wasting the flash on the Lily, it just feels awful, especially as you try and get into these later game fights. But the other part about this Talia being fed, that's a Dark Seal that's already been picked up that has stacks on it. And this is also just going to mean that Ambessa, who's already having a rough time, is going to have an even harder time as it gets into these team fights, because unless you're ulting, every single time Ambessa casts an ability, there's a chance she gets stunned there by the rocks.
I mean, I believe it only happens on the first instance of the per cast of Talia E, but it's not fun. You can't use 2 of your E's basically in a fight because you would have to dash for it. So rather unfortunate to say the least there, but we'll see.
Oh no, Jaden, no vision walking up. Manages to flash out though. Damage not going to be able to follow up, as still no completed items here in the top side. So Jaden luckily isn't in as bad of a position as he could possibly be. But I mean, QQ is just going to go in here. Ult goes down. There's the riposte, as you said. Turret shot goes down onto QQ, but Talia is still here. Seismic shove lands onto Lilia. Does not get her into the rocks. But still, it's just so much lane dominance here for QQ. Can really just do whatever they want. And Jaden has to expend flashes and ults just to try and survive.
Yeah, and it's not going to get much better for the Ambessa. Fiora scaling very, very far into the late game. Or very, very hard into the late game, rather. So we'll be able to just continue exerting this kind of pressure, continue dominating the lane, and you just have to hope, if you're this Ambessa, that you'll be more useful in the fight later.
Ooh. Mo Money really lucky there that minion blocked the Braum Q, because that was potentially just a situation where he dies again if those procs start stacking. But Ravenous Hydra picked up here for QQ in the top lane. Now, even if Ambessa tries to trade, guess what? Fiora's just going to Ravenous Hydra, heal on up, and then also Blackfire Torch for Talia, which means that you're just going to have even more damage there. And she's back in the bot lane, which means Maokai can go in. Actually shoves Braum outside of the rocks, but it's going to be a traded kill there. Very good job by Cube to manage to pick that one off.
Yeah, and ultimately the 1-for-1, I think, still going to favor Capital One for the time being. That kill going over to Tristana. Again, Pancake now 3-1 on the Trist. We saw this, I believe, in Game 2 of the CEA Finals. Looks like they had a lead on the Tristana in Game 2, so interested to see if maybe this time around it'll go a little more in their favor. But again, it's another carry on their team that is fed at this point in time, so that makes 3 of them now.
The only person who's not having a good game right now is Holmes there in the mid lane. And again, that's just naturally going to happen early on against the Vex. As the game gets further and further, the Aurora has better ability to trade back on when Vex tries to poke, and suddenly it becomes a more even lane. But right now, shockingly, only a 2k gold lead for Capital One. Jaden especially is still doing a good job of farming up, even despite how far behind he is at 100 farm, only 16 CS behind his opponent. And the same can be said for Na. They had that early lead as, here we go. Public Execution comes in, Fiora gets ulted, and that might just be the kill. The burn damage is not going to be finally gets shut down by testing subject. But Talia comes in, gets Jaden on the backside. Here comes the ult from testing subject. I don't know. Can he pull it off? Testing subject, the damage on the ults.
Wow.
Double kill over to Lilia.
I play Lilia and wasn't expecting that. Vex, I think, gets out of this one.
Tristana's here. They might just dive. Bang! Wow. Kick. Shoots the rocket, and that's going to be another kill there. As Epic Victory Royale, I mean, they got the good play on the top side, but now mid is starting to look dangerous as well, as Pancake is feeling safe enough to start roaming.
Yeah, and ultimately, this is a pretty big change from what we saw in the CEA final, where it felt like anytime Capital One went for a play, Epic had a response. This time around, Epic's the one trying to make plays, and Capital One responding appropriately, looking for some sort of trade across the map. So, so far, a much better showing in this first game of the series.
Yeah. I mean, the good news for Epic Victory Royale is you get 2 shutdowns there on that Talia. That was the 2 most fed members on Capital One. You get the double kill. You already have that Leandri's finished. It should be boots on this back that will be done as well, and starting on the next item, which should be the Rylai's usually here for the Lilia. But it's a great trade. Your jungle is back in the game a little bit, which is a relief because had that Lilia not been able to pick up those kills, you're just so far behind. And you're essentially at that point just playing the waiting game. You're saying, all right, we just have to farm, we have to wait, and that always feels terrible when you're playing into a comp with like a Tristana and a Taliyah that can take objectives so easily, as that Chemtech trade does go down.
Yeah, 2 Drakes to 0 now for Capital One, and you mentioned it. Those kills on this Lilia going to get her back into the game. Honestly, you mentioned Leandry's completion. We could even see a little more aggression. I'll hold as a fight starts.
Yep, Rom, Cube going in here. Great fear there from Pyro on Flame. Pancake has to flash out the Ignite, and Cube with the Q manages to knock down the Tristana.
Yeah, really, really good pick onto the Trist there. Good fear coming out from Pyro on Flame just to make sure that kill would be secured. Xayah taking a turret shot?
Okay. Well, testing subject was there, luckily, so not as safe for now. Did have to pop the ult, though, and that Featherstorm is a really big cooldown.
Oh, no.
Flash and Cleanse there are going to be used as now testing subject with the ult, but, I mean, Taliyah is safe underneath the turret right now. I don't think you can dive this, especially not without the Xayah, and that's a lot of really key cooldowns that are now, luckily, no objectives up for a while, but for that Rift Herald at the very least, you're not going to have any of these Xayah cooldowns.
Yeah, and that will be pretty big as there's a lot of pick potential on this side of Capital One. That Maokai route is pretty much guaranteed. Can even look to do try to go for a flash engage on the Xayah, and there's no saving that at this point. So definitely expecting to see some sort of play onto that AD carry in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think for Capital One, we should see them start to... You have the bot and support here roaming up towards mid lane. They should start to look to take this as... now, what are you doing down here? You're fighting the Aurora. You might just get the kill, though! As no, with the solo kill, doesn't need ult. As Holmes is just so far behind in this game, only has a Malignance, and it's not enough to get that solo kill.
Yeah, trying to flash away, trying to redirect something, flash out of the Blade Caller as well, but could not quite find the kill. I think the Q just barely still on cooldown at that point in time, so a little unfortunate there, and another kill going over to this Xayah. Again, a shining spot right now for Victory Royale. That
well,
QQ's
here. There's the ult, there's the heal, and that's going to be 2 autos. That's a 2-item Fiora right now. Trinity Force is also finished as... Oh, Jaden here a little out of position, but manages to turn it around. Jaden with the kill onto the Taliyah. That's a big shutdown, as now Pyro on Flame starting to get some resets onto the Tristana. Pyro on Flame is doing work right now on this Vex.
Yeah, this is one of those champs that anyone who knows me, I will consistently say is a fairly useless champ, but making the Vex look super, super strong right now. Pretty big lead, pretty big fights, and if you are able to get that reset, if you are able to get that big fear, it can be extremely worthwhile. And we saw it right there. Really, really strong play from Pyro on Flame in the mid lane.
And I think the issue that we're starting to see here for Capital One is now that these skirmishes are happening, you have, the Vex who's able to support from long range. You have an Aurora who usually would be really good in these skirmishes coming in with her ult with Malignance, but she's so far behind that she hasn't been able to really provide any support. So the only advantage you have right now is your Fiora is extremely strong, but she wants to side lane. She wants to take 1v1s. When you start to get into these team fights, there's ways to shut her down, to stun her up when you have a Braum.
Yeah.
If she's dashing, you have a Vex who can start to get her fear stacks off of that. So she wants to stay in the side lane, and that just means that you don't have your strongest member of the team in these fights, and Epic Victory Royale is just committing full on to these 3v3 and 4v4 skirmishes knowing that.
Yeah, but even with that, like, the Taliyah is super, super strong at the moment. Pancake, 5 and 3, almost done with the Infinity Edge as well. When that second item comes through, this Tristana is going to do so much damage in those little skirmishes, and I think Capital One is perfectly comfortable letting QQ sit in a side lane, playing to just peel the Trist and look to take a fight around their really, really fed AD carry. They're looking to start up the Herald. I don't know if there's really a world this can be contested. Drake spawning in 40 seconds. I think Epic Victory Royale might just be looking to stop the Drake stacking.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to push mid-wave here. get that in towards the tower and then head down towards the Drake. Obviously, Featherstorm is back available here for the Xayah, so you luckily have that safety on the side of your AD carry.
Yep.
And actually 2 items here for the Xayah. I mean, Na has been doing a great job with the farm as, Mo Money here just gets chunked out there. No ultimates used, just a ton of damage, and suddenly your support is at less than half health. And this Riptail is going to be popped mid lane, and I think there's a good play here for Capital One trying to just apply pressure while Epic is setting up for the Dragon.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to take that tier 2, and they just basically bait Capital One away from the pit.
Oh, they're going in. Here we go. Pyro on Flame gets the chunk on the Aurora and just takes her down. Now Tristana with some stacks on her. Jaden is here. Public execution comes through. There's the stun. Pancake not going to be able to flash out. And actually launches them into his teammate. The Taliyah goes down without being able to get any damage off. And that's just a terrible fight for Capital One.
Yeah, they made the right plays, and then it just goes south a little further after. Drake will be taken here as well for Epic Victory Royale, and they've found their avenue back in, right? This is what you wanted to see, a good of Exalts coming through, a good fight coming through for Epic Victory Royale, and now they seem comfortably in the driver's seat once more.
Oh, and look how much... Oh, QQ is just getting chunked out now. This poke, so much damage as Mo Money trying to do something, but the Blade Caller comes through, and that's just going to be a dead Maokai. Pyro picks that one up, and the Vex... Yeah, having a field day. Ults in, manages to just kill it. And again, you gotta look at Holmes here in the mid lane. This Aurora has not been able to do anything. And usually, you know, you're looking at these between worlds and these big ults. Oh, QQ looking for the kill on the Braum. Might be able to just be able to get it there. That's gonna be Cube going down. Now Xayah in a rough position. Taliyah finds some damage with the flash out. Means that Na is going to survive as Pyro actually in a real awkward spot here. Aurora does have the between worlds. Only just came up now, unfortunately, so not going to be able to lock down that kill as Jaden and now testing subject also in an awkward position. This is so scrappy. QQ is trying to find whatever damage he can, but now suddenly you have Holmes getting knocked down by Jaden. Testing subject gets out, and they're not able to really get anything other than the Braum.
Yeah, I mean, another kill going over to the Fiora. I think they will feel fine burning the TP for that. Fiora, again, we know wants to be more in a side lane than a team fight, so won't necessarily want to use that TP to look for a play cross map. But again, more gold in her pocket will feel very, very good as this game progresses. And you mentioned the Aurora being behind another Vexel land.
Yeah. That's a Fed Vex right there. 2 items.
Yeah.
Storm Surge and Ludens are done, and yeah, Pancake just blows up.
Yeah, that's a lesson to be learned. Next time you see a Vexalt flying at you, you have to flash away. You know now. It's okay. But, yeah, we were mentioning the Aurora just so far behind, and she's another champ that, from behind, just there's not really a ton of avenues for her to get back into the game. Another fight starts.
Oh, seismic shove there actually misses from Taliyah, which is not the best feeling, as here comes QQ, though, and that's going to be Pyro dead, and that's also going to be Na going down. Featherstorm was just a few seconds on cooldown, and now Cube trying to run away. It's gonna get shoved back. Holmes picks up a kill, and this Aurora actually getting some kills here might be disastrous for Epic Victory Royale if she gets back into this game, as testing subject also gonna go down. And guess what? They're right next to the Atacon, and so they're gonna take that.
Yeah, not every day you see Atacon spawning topside, but perfect time for it to do so. 4 kills for the side of Capital One. They take the neutral as well, and they are comfortably taking control back from Epic Victory Royale. That buff is kind of insane. Experienced the slow part of it the other day finally, and was actively mad about it. So really, really strong CC tool on that first takedown. And especially with how clumpy these fights have tended to be, one takedown goes over to Capital One, and that should cascade into more. Yeah,
you're looking at those explosions, especially on the takedown. They hurt if they start to stack up. And I mean, that little skirmish there, what you're looking at, how does Capital One win that? Well, the flashes. There's no flashes for Epic Victory Royale, because when Capital One was chasing into their jungle, and they just had to flash out. They couldn't actually fight them. And so you're missing the flash on Xayah, you're missing it on Vex, you're missing it on Lilia. And when you don't have flashes on these key carries who want the distance and the range, especially when you have someone like a Fiora dashing in, you know, an Aurora trying to cast it between worlds, it just means that if you're ever so out of position, Capital One just comes in and takes advantage of that.
Well, yeah, especially with the mobility offered, not having flash on Tristana is way less problematic than not having it on Xayah. So, looks like Jaden's starting a fight.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's gonna have to flash out as the riposte threatened the slow there, and the ult came down with the Taliyah in position as a TP out there from Holmes, actually, as testing subject had made his way up for a gank. And I mean, we're even here. This is only a 1.5k gold lead for Capital One, and I gotta say, this game one is delivering so far for our finals.
Yeah, back and forth, and everyone's able to get out of that.
Uh-oh, Cube gets Seismic shoved back. The Braum super low. That's going to be a kill for QQ, who's made his way up. And now gets stunned there by the Braum. Drowsy comes down. Jaden teleports in with a public execution. But here's the rest of the team. Pyro's here, though. Jaden's still just going in, and this M-Pesa was so far behind, but is doing so much damage as finally Taliyah gets the kill. But Pyro is still here, low on health. Taliyah just blows him up. There goes testing subject. And it looked good for a second there for Epic Victory Royale. But Capital One just play that fight out, I mean, really well.
Yeah, kind of balanced on the knife's edge there. A few points, I thought it was Epic's to win, and then all of a sudden, Capital One just barely able to take down the M-Pesa. The Vex just kind of dying out of nowhere, it felt like.
Yeah.
Just a lot of damage coming through from the Taliyah right now, so it does result in a fight win with those 3 carries still alive as well. They're able to take this bear in. It's gonna be hairy.
That's a little low health bars, but they're gonna be able to get it. And yeah, I just said the Taliyah there does so much damage. Has the Shadow Flame with the Blackfire Torch. Now has picked up his Zanya, so she's gonna be even more safe. 7-3-9, 195 CS. As Cube is in a real bad position, is gonna be able to dash out, luckily, but I think the key there was Pyro went in on Pancake and used all of the cooldowns, used everything, was not able to get the kill, and then Pancake just turns around, opens fire, gets his health bar below half, and then all that's needed is Taliyah to finish that off. Is this Drake? Capital One in a really good position, actually. Epic Victory Royale didn't really set up for it, so that's going to be the 3rd Drake over to Capital One. They are on Soul Point, and that's going to just be another tool that they have here to try and close out this game.
My one concern, though, I'll hold, is maybe another fight happening.
I don't think Jaden's getting out of here as Fiora just can chase down so easily. Can he get to the turret? Dashes, spins away. Tower dive comes through. Public execution is reposted. Q comes down. Not going to be enough. Jaden ends up dying as now Cube trying to get the stun here. Na is coming through, but there's so much healing here from this Fiora. She pops the ult. The Braum goes down. There's no ult. Ult comes through from Xayah, but the Feather Call was just a little too early. That's a triple kill for QQ.
In the 1v3 too, right? There's no other assistance there. Just really, really strong. And this is what we were talking about. Fiora with a lead, very hard to shut down.
And it looks like they might not even need that soul as Pyro on Flame just gets dived. I mean, testing subject is alive and he's recalling back, but the Lilia is absolutely not strong enough on her own to try and stop this. That's going to be game one, heading over to Capital One, turning the tides on what was a losing record in the last finals they played against Epic Victory Royale. They picked the first one up, and what a game there from QQ.
Yeah, the Fiora, absolutely terrifying, to be quite honest. Yeah, just strong play all around coming out from Capital One. Kind of different from what we were expecting coming into today, honestly. And I did want to bring up one point, but of course it was just fight after fight after fight, and then the game was over. That 3rd Drake take, my concern was going to be that Capital One, both during their series in the CEA finals and even in this first game, tended to neglect their wave states pretty consistently. After that 3rd Drake was taken, their mid wave was under their tier 2. So there are avenues right now for Epic Victory Royale that just play around the waves a little better, play to try and almost neutralize, I would say, those objective takes. You see, okay, they're going Drake 3, the wave's pushed out mid, we can just shove down mid, force them to either respond to us or retake this trade, and when you're behind, an even trade is trading up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we saw signs of them doing a little better with it. When you saw that Rift Herald on the 3rd Drake, as you said, you take the tower. Unfortunately for them, they got chased down after that. They didn't respect the turn. So there were really, really good plays there, and I think that's really been, I think, the big difference is like, hey, you're doing a great job here of managing your wave states. Obviously, it helps that you have a Fiora who's going to win whatever lane she's in, so you can just throw her off in a side lane. Now, luckily for Epic, hey, it's fearless. You don't have to worry about that Fiora anymore, but you do have to think like, hey, they left open the Ambessa, which has been banned. It's, you know, it's not been given to Jaden, and they had an answer to it now. So how does that change your draft heading into these next games with how you're drafting around Jaden in the top lane?
Yeah, and I feel like after seeing that performance, to me, you put Jaden onto one of those tanks that we saw during their series prior. We saw the Scion in Game 3 that ended up winning lane against Alawi, which I still don't know how that happened. But something along those lines, right? You play the scaling tank, you play to just neutralize the lane and come out and take over as a result. Of course, the worry now is something like that Fiora coming through. We could even see something like the Vayne top coming through. I know you can't pick Fiora again, but something like that into those Giga tanks could be problematic. But we'll have to see. Game 2 is a completely different beast.
Yeah, we're going to go into a very, very short break, but we're going to be back in just 5 minutes with game number 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Currently, Capital One is up 1-0 against Epic Victory Royale in the Spring Finals rematch. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Continentals Company Esports World Cup Finals. Capital One, record 0-3 against Epic Victory Royale. They win game one with probably the most dominating Fiora performance I've seen in a while.
Yeah, my mind goes back to that fight under the bot tier 2. 1v3 comes out 3-0 in that fight. So again, it was a little more filtered, right? You saw the Mbessa fall first, and then the Xayah and the Braum showed up after. But ultimately, still, you know, can pat yourself on the back. 1v3, you kill all three and get out alive. So really, really strong performance. I think, again, we mentioned there are holes in how Capital One has played. It's around the wave state. It's around this bot lane that we saw. Again, Epic Victory Royale got an early lead bot side and just was not able to carry through with it. So we're interested to see how that adapts going into game number 2.
Yeah, I think a lot of the credit there also has to go to their jungler. The Talia was everywhere, just absolutely being a menace. And was covering lanes super well and was playing around the fact like, hey, we have some weaknesses here. I'm just going to cover this a little extra longer. I'll drop some farm. And that really let them just snowball that game. It was close. Epic had some really good looks in the mid game, especially.
Yeah.
But there was just such an advantage early on for Capital One in that top side. And they just carried that through to get the win. And now we're heading into game number 2. We're loading it on up. We got the draft done. So we'll go through it once we get into game once again. Sorry for no draft replays here. I wish the league had that, but hey, what can we say about the client? We love it.
There's a lot we wish league had, of course. But should be getting onto the Rift here, and some interesting picks already we're going to pick up on. I mean, it's Blitzcrank, and this is totally what we expect when we see a Blitzcrank. 5-man stacking, trying to look for some sort of cheese level 1 play. You see on the other side a 4-man stack for Epic Victory Royale. They are not going to meet each other for a hot minute, but
we'll see. Maybe Capital One going to walk up here. But yeah, this draft here, Capital One, Cassante Graves, Azir is certainly an interesting kind of combination there in the top side. But then I think the big thing here, and we saw this earlier, Caitlyn Blitzcrank is not what you're expecting. The Blitz is not what you're expecting to see. That's kind of the odd man out here, I think, for this composition.
When you see something like Caitlyn, you generally think of pairing it with something like... I'll hold.
Cube and nah, they're out of position. There's the grab onto the Leona. And that's first blood over to the Graves as well.
Yeah. And this is exactly what we want to be seeing on the side of Capital One. This Graves, if he's able to snowball, able to take an early advantage, will just completely take over the game. So a good early start once again for Capital One. And you mentioned Cassante Graves is here, really strong top 3. Caitlyn, you want to pair it with a Lux, with a Morgana, something that has a little more agency to... Not as much one shot in the tank, I guess I'll say. So We'll see. The Blitzcrank, of course, has the option to roam, to play around the rest of the map, try and get the rest of their lane snowballing, and hope that that's enough. But it is a question mark in this draft for me.
Yeah, I mean, at least early on, it will be very nice because you can kind of force them out. But as soon as this wave pushes in a little bit, you see Na and Cube are going to push up. Now, for Epic Victory Royale, we're looking at this draft, and I actually really like what we're seeing from them. Countering the Cassandra in the top lane, you got Jaden on a Gwen, which is just a very easy matchup to play out. You're not going to have any sort of Fiora situation here. Jaden should be the one in full control. And any trade that QQ tries to take here, obviously, is going to probably be at a disadvantage as long as Jaden has those Qs stacked up. But then you also have FJA here coming in as a substitution in the jungle on the Jarvan. Just kind of building this dive comp out with the Leo and Jinx. And then on the back of it, Pyro is just going to be on a Veigar to rain down that artillery.
Yeah, and we saw FFJA in the CEA finals looking really, really comfortable on the Jarvan. I believe it was game 2 of that series. So definitely could... Oh, bad tower shot to take there from Jaden, but also really smart pathing coming out from FFJ. Recognizes, hey, Graves is taking my bot side, I'm going to take his top side, and as a result, the Graves walks into that top side thinking, all right, I'm going to get the one up on the Jarvan, and all the camps are already gone. Graves ends up wasting about 20 seconds to do that, so able to kind of keep pace with a Graves, which is not normal in this matchup.
Oh, QQ tried to get the W there into the turret range. He's going to get the Q3, but it's so low, and Jaden gets the solo kill. Will drop down, but I think the wave should be pushed in enough there. And big thing, QQ with no TP, but here in the bot side, the Jinx is going in. E lands onto the Caitlyn. There's Na with 2 kills on the resets. And that's why we were saying this lane's going to be rough here on the bot side.
Yeah, just once Blitzcrank burns the Q, burns the E, there's nothing left in the tank, and those cooldowns are so long, especially that hook early on. So Cube just able to fight better in that 2v2. Jinx getting off the ground early as well. This champion, if she gets 1 kill in a fight, becomes an absolute menace. So very scary as this game progresses.
Yeah, and as I was saying towards the top lane, Jaden, that solo kill, I think the reason why he's willing to go under turret for that is because he recognizes, hey, QQ TP'd up after that 5 stack in bot lane. He has no TP on the Cassante. I have this wave pushed. As long as I get a kill here, he's losing more minions than I am. And it works out really well now, has about a 12 CS lead over his opponent. And, you know, for Gwen, if you're trading kills with a Cassante, you do so much more damage. As here we go, Cube just goes back in. Flame Choppers go down. Pancake's going to try and avoid them as Mo Money's just trying to keep Na away, but that's going to be the lethal tempo stacked up, and I don't know if this Blitzcrank is going to be able to survive. The E lands, the W misses from the Jinx. A few more rockets. The flash by Na's not going to be enough. Manages to dodge the tower shot and the Q from Pancake. But that is a close fight there on the bot side as QQ's trying to fight these out. But how actually, W there is really good to get him into the minion wave. Is going to keep fighting that out. We got to look, but here comes the dive. FFJA gets the kill on to Pancake now. Continuing it, double kill over to the Jarvan. And Jaden's still alive in the top side, but there's a gank coming in as, takes an extra tower shot there. Not the best, and QQ here, if he gets the kill, is going to be very happy. Gives it over to the jungler, though.
Yeah, much prefer that. Cassante just going to be the Giga Tank anyway. The Jarvan does end up falling in that bot side. We'll call it a quick recall. The kill gold going over to Blitzcrank. No assist to Pancake on that one, so probably pretty okay with that. Obviously not ideal, but beautiful tower aggro juggling from Epic Victory Royale in that bot dive as well.
Yeah.
Just getting this Jarvan ahead now too, so both junglers really strong. Graves looks to be building towards that collector as well, so trying to accelerate their lead in this early stage.
Yeah, what's really interesting is actually, you also have the Caitlyn going the lethality build as, Holmes just takes a ton of damage. Pyro here once again looking for another solo kill. One more autos, all it takes, gets the Q for the stack. And again, Pyro on Flame has been, I mean, last game as well, was just winning mid lane so hard.
Yeah. Didn't quite matter in the end of the game, but we've all seen and experienced the Veigar in our games before that just suddenly will show up and Q ult and you're dead. So could continue to see that if this gets off the ground any further. Another kind of scary champ later on. The zoning potential of that E just really shuts down a lot of different fight styles, and I think something like the Azir can struggle in those mid to late game fights around that baby cage.
Yeah, and I think the real issue that for Capital One here in this draft is you draft for early game leads. You draft the Graves for these early ganks. You draft a Caitlyn, you know, to try and get these early trades, but you're playing into a team that technically scales better with the Gwen, with the Veigar, with the Jinx, and you also draft losing lanes, unfortunately, because the Gwen wins lane, Jinx Leona wins lane, Veigar doesn't have to walk up to the Azir, and so he can just farm and win lane.
Yeah, winning lane by doing nothing. It is unfortunately a common tactic for Veigar players, but it can be fairly effective, and we've already seen it. Didn't really do a whole lot in the early stages. Walks up, hits a Q, hits an ult, and then all of a sudden the Azir left at 100 HP just gets run down with auto attacks going forward. So, Olston,
Oh my god, Cube's going in. I mean, knows that Pyro has the ult. Cage is not going to land. Ult comes down, and he just presses R, and the Azir is dead. Graves here trying to do the best he can to at least keep them away from diving and getting more tower plates, but epic victory royale again with an incredibly... I mean, this is actually probably an even better start to this game. The top lane is not behind. Their bot lane is still doing just as well as their mid lane.
Yeah, I would argue Jaden is behind at this point, but maybe not on the lanes. Double summons from Pancake. Oh, good.
Oh, that was great from Mo Money, Mo Fun. Actually here, they're not quite in tower range, unfortunately. He's going to try and get the... Oh, gets the E, and it manages to get out. Great job there from the Blitzcrank. As now low health here on everyone else, but I don't think that Capital One is going to be able to chase them down. And as you were saying, Jaden, obviously you want to be further ahead in farm here in this matchup against the Cassante. But considering how everything else is going across the map, you're pretty happy here as Epic. And here comes the ult. QQ gonna miss the third Q, and snip snip. Not quite able to get the last one.
Yeah, but bad time for FFJ.
Now there's gonna be the flash away. It's not gonna matter. Graves has the dash, and that's gonna be FFJA going down 3-0 here on the Graves. The jungler for Capital One, the only bright spot here for them alongside that Cassante, who's just gonna get tankier and tankier in the top lane. No, it doesn't really have to do anything. That's just how it works.
Yeah, the concern will be when Gwen is just able to not care, which is already happening apparently.
Yeah, I was wondering why QQ was fighting there, and Jaden just stacks up his Q and snips him to death. And any kills here that the Gwen gets makes this game even harder to play in the late game, because obviously she's just going to be able to shred through. Pretty much your two tanky options are, hey, we got a Blitzcrank, we got a Cassante. That's going to try and keep, give us room for the Caitlyn and the Azir and the Graves to poke away, to use their abilities. But if you have a Gwen who can just dash in, throw down her mist, and then ult through those tanks, that game plan doesn't work.
Well, and who can fight with her in the mist, right? You have a Caitlyn, you have an Azir. Even the Graves won't have a great time in there. So, two champs that want to be at range, you can't really do much about her just saying, nah, I'll just not be hit by you guys. So, interested to see how that'll pan out. But Jaden now, again, getting that solo kill topside, second one of the game. Much better performance here in game 2, and this is what you want to see from the Gwen, getting that lead and becoming a side lane menace.
Yep. And it's funny because we've seen now in both games, essentially the difference is who gets counterpick, as all out goes the Cassante. W is going to miss. Jaden, though, still trying to fight this. Now has the needlework, goes in, lands the first one. Third is not going to go, as the flash comes out there for QQ. As, ult in from the Jarvan. I think there should be a dash available here for Cassante to get out. As now Graves is here, they go back in. Cassante goes down. I don't know if Graves can keep chasing this. They're just going to try and play around the health they have left. Mist goes down. Graves has to dash out, and that means that no more damage is going to go onto the Gwen. As now we have an ult bot side, and again, here's going to be the trouble for Capital One. You don't have any way to stop them from just diving on in with his Blitzcrank, as Q with the flash lines it up for the ult, and that's going to be another kill over to that Jinx. And this just might be a kill. Solo kill in the jungle. As why are you there, Graves?
Wow. From bad to worse for the side of Capital One here. Solo kill mid, 2v2 kill bot, the gank topside, and then the solo kill in the Herald pit as well. a rather unfortunate timing, and it looks like Graves actually opting into the opportunity as a first item, so might be a bit of a stronger early spike, but tough. It's
yeah.
a tough one.
Yeah, struggling a little bit to think about an upside here, as it's about a 3K gold lead for the side of Epic Victory Royale, and that's one of those situations where you look at it and you say, huh, they just won on every single side of the map. They won the 2v2 at the same time. They won both 2v2s, and then Pyro just walks up and gets a solo kill because, again, Azir just has such a hard time against this Veigar because the Veigar sits back outside of the range of your Sand Soldiers. If you try to walk up, he has cage. And then if you get caught in the cage, it's just a WQR and half your health's gone and you can't play it out. And we're just seeing, I think, Epic playing really well around the advantages in this draft, which I think is just really giving them so much room to work with.
Yeah, just really, really smart zone control as well coming out in these fights. And Cube, again, looking really, really comfortable in this bot lane matchup. Is might be a play happening down bot side.
Yeah, we have 4 people down there for Capital One. The Azir Holmes is down, is actually going in as all out onto the Gwen. Gwen is immune, though, as the ult comes through, and still there is a fight there that looks like it might be starting up around this dragon, as Jaden is going to be able to survive. Gets the snip. QQ is going to try and go in here with the Q3. He should back up. Yeah, he's not going to be able to go in for that, and it looks like on the bot side, no one ended up actually going in, and so it's going to just be Epic Victory Royale here. Getting the Drake is Jaden! Just solo kills him. As we have him going back in here on the bot side. As again, Cube going in. Great grab! Jinx goes down, shut down there. Onto the Caitlyn as now Leona is low. Graves splashes in. Is not going to be able to kill the Leona. She stays alive so long. And now you have the Veigar getting a kill there with the Primordial Burst. As, more players coming down. Azir is here. Veigar trying to kite this one out. Should be able to. What? These fights are crazy. They are scrappy, and I'm struggling to keep track of what's happening.
Really, really good fight, though, for the side of Capital One in that bot side. They do come out with the advantage. They lose the Drake, sure, but meanwhile, Jaden, the solo kill topside, already has the Riftmaker completed. Now has taken that full first turret topside as well. So, and the back canceled. Oh,
that's so nice. Ult comes in. Azir, good Shurima shuffle, but the EQ should be coming up here in just a few seconds. It looks like he wants to go for the all-in. Doesn't land the EQ. Doesn't matter. Auto attacks him down. Triumph Prop comes in, and that's going to keep him healthy enough as he walks on out. And even despite the nice victory there, or the nice fight win for Capital One, still just advantages being gotten across the map here for Epic. You're going to see the bottom turret now go down. And it's still, you know, this top mid is so strong. You have, as you said, Riftmaker already on that Gwen. She's making her way towards the Nashor's Tooth. And you also have this 4-0 Veigar.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And now we have a Gwen bullying a Cassante.
Oh, this just feels bad for QQ. You pick the Cassante, and you just get countered. And there's just nothing you can do at this point. Jaden has a full health bar. He just solo kills him.
Yeah, that's tough. And this is one of those champs that's, again, really, really difficult to shut down with a lead. We've seen it now in both games with the top laners. The Fiora gets ahead, and all of a sudden, nobody can deal with it, right? Now it's the Gwen getting ahead. Nobody can deal with it.
Oh,
Azir,
no.
buddy.
Oh, that just feels... Oh!
He gets out?
Somehow gets out. The stream shuffle was pixel perfect, and that last rocket does not crit, as Jaden is just running this map. Is going to kill the Graves. Now the rest of the team is coming in here, and I think this should be a kill. No, what? The Caitlyn goes down.
Riftmaker.
Jaden is just so strong.
Yeah, lots of healing for this Gwen. Another...
Another top lane triple kill in a 3v1.
Both top laners have done that in this series. Like, that's insane. During that fight, too, the super mega death rocket from Na did come off cooldown, was fired straight down bot lane, and did kill the Azir at the end of it. So, overall, 4-0 into the favor of Epic Victory Royale. And this is much more akin to what we saw 2 weeks prior. So, definitely expecting them to be able to close this one out. And now you have to start looking towards game 3 for both these teams, right? Capital One, what do you change, right? The big thing is these 10 champs not going to be playable again. No Jinx, no Jarvan, no Gwen, no Veigar. That's a lot of the things that seem to have been struggles. So I'm interested to see what the adaptation will be.
Oh, no, Jaden,
there is an avenue. I don't see it like this.
Jaden, he's already dead.
Oh, missed the sweet spot. Doesn't matter.
Ooh, flash, and it's passive. Thousand Cut's going to be able to just knock down the Cassante. 9-2-0 here for Jaden. It's going to try and tower dive. This is taking a lot of damage, though, from that tower. It's still going to survive as FFJA going solo onto Patrick. And, oh my god, the mega death rocket just did so much damage there. I mean, this is a 9k gold lead.
Yeah.
This is an absolute stomp here. And you got to look at this. You got to say, listen, Epic, this draft, just a draft masterclass when you're looking at how these lane assignments worked out, how these teams want to play out this game. Capital One, really not a lot they can do, although there's going to be a nice Emperor's Divide, gets them underneath the turret, but Holmes just goes down and they just walk out. Flag and drag for FFJA. Doesn't matter that he was tanking the turret.
Yeah, Jinx did have to burn the flash to stay alive. If that does hit the Jinx, it's a kill. Every single time you guys win that fight. But not quite able. And
man, Cube is just so good.
Yeah. Yep.
You were saying this earlier, but Cube is absolutely running this as is going to need to tank that. Ult comes down. Cube flush just gets in the way of it. This Leona is. QQ's going to die there. Oh, maybe not. Looks like the 1,000 Cut's not going to be enough. Oh. Super mega death rocket an inch away from QQ as he has to walk away. And Pyro is just doing Veigar things. He's 5-0. He's just hanging out in the side lane. Very happy to do what he is doing. And yeah, I mean, this is Epic making a statement here in game 2 saying, listen, you might have won that first game, but we still beat you before. We know how to win. And they are absolutely showing it. Every single member here is just playing out of their mind this game.
Yeah. It is currently about a 13,000 gold lead at 19 minutes into the game. That is insanity, like complete and utter insanity. So a very, very strong performance so far from Epic Victory Royale. It is still like, if you give Azir too many windows to take fights, you see picks onto the Jinx. There are worlds where this is very losable, but
it's a 5k gold lead in topside.
That is bad. I didn't know it was that bad.
That is actually insane. Wow, Jaden. Yeah. Running this game, 5k gold lead in the top side, about 3k there in mid lane, and then, just about 2,000 gold everywhere else. And yeah, this is, I think this is also showing when Epic is ahead. Capital One has been opting to take fights. As Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, there's going to be a kill onto the Graves. At the same time, Cube is also engaging onto the Blitzcrank, who's going to go down to Pyro on Flame, and now that Jinx. And Cube flashes in, lands it. That's going to be a double kill. Over to Pyro on Flame, and that should just be the game as Epic Victory Royale just utterly dominating this game too.
Yeah, putting a statement finisher here as the Rift Herald knockup as well. Should see a Dancing Shelly. Haven't seen one of these in a hot minute. A very decisive game 2 here from Epic Victory Royale is yeah, they were not not content with how game 1 played out apparently.
No, not at all. They just said, listen, we want a game 3. We know we can beat these guys, and they did so in dominating fashion. And again, when you're looking at that, you got to say that draft, I think, as perfect as it could be for what they wanted to do. You say, listen, we want to win lane bot side, Jinx Leona. It's great. And that's into a Caitlyn with a hard engaged Blitzcranks. And you're like, this is wonderful. You have a safety in the Veigar mid in a matchup that Pyro has been winning already. And then the Jarvan and the Gwen just run the top side.
Yeah.
And Capital One, I think, getting a little comfortable on that first game win. the draft not exactly really working cohesively, and they just get absolutely punished for it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what caused the draft order to happen how it did, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Jinx Leona as a lane pairing, not normally like super strong. You don't really want to try and fight at level 1, level 2 on a Jinx, so it is a little odd, but if you see the Blitzcrank early, the Leona just so strong into it, especially when things like the Braum are already off the table because of Fearless Draft. It makes sense to see that pairing just for the sake of, okay, I can sit between the Blitzcrank and the Jinx the whole lane. She doesn't have to worry about a hook. If I get hooked, we win every fight. So really smart draft, like you mentioned, from Epic Victory Royale, and now they even up the series. We're going into a game 3, so I'm interested to see what else is left up these team sleeves. I think my biggest question mark is the Cassante from QQ in game 2. We saw how strong they looked on the Fiora, on that carry split push type champion. Going to a tank just felt a little weird, to be quite honest. So would like to see more of a carry pick in game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, we don't have the draft, but we'll see what it is when we get into game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to another short break, just quick 5 minutes, and when we come back, game number 3, Capital One versus Epic Victory Royale here to decide the winner of the Continentals Finals. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Continentals. It's your finals. It's game number 3. It's not a sweep. We had a lot of sweeps in the semis. Not this time. These two teams are going all out. We saw Capital One take game 1. It was close, but they had a pretty convincing win. And then Epic just kind of came right around, gave a little 1-2, dodge, boom, sucker punch right to the jaw. It was like 23-7 at the end of that game. And now, game 3.
Yeah, that was... I mentioned this in our off-air. That game might have been more lopsided than the entire series was 2 weeks ago. Like, that was a very dominant showing from Epic Victory Royale, and it was well played all around. I think that there were very few holes in their game for Capital One to try and expose. And the Graves got off the ground early, did get that solo kill on the Jarvan at his red buff at like minute 7 or something like that. So there were like tiny little bright spots, but losing top matchup, losing mid matchup, losing bot lane, it doesn't matter how good your jungler is. That's a recipe for disaster. So just really smart drafting as well, really smart play from Epic Victory Royale, and as a result, game 3 is on the cards.
Yep. And, you know, as you said, the smart drafting there, it was lanes that won. Every single lane won. The Jarvan could pretty much just go wherever he wanted, and it was in a good lane state for him. And we saw Jaden with the most insane gold lead that I've ever seen at around 20 minutes, which was 5K.
Yeah.
Is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous for a team, let alone one player.
Let alone one player.
Yeah.
I mean, they were up like 13K gold by the end. It was absolutely insane. Really, really sick. And I'm really glad that we got to see both teams here kind of show what they can do. We saw Capital One draft strong top side and kind of dominate through that with their jungle and top doing so well. We saw Epic Victory Royale say, hey, we're going to draft strong lanes and just completely dumpster you, hands diff you in every lane. And now the question is, hey, we're going into game 3. What do you do here as Capital One? How do you respond? We're loading up. We got the draft, so when we get into game, we're going to tell you what happened. We're going to try and analyze it the best we can, as long as there's no early shenanigans. But this should be a good one.
Yeah, some interesting picks here in game number 3. I'm excited to see how this all plays out. The big things to point out here, Capital One getting the Lucian Nami, a pretty dominant pairing historically, ever since that changed to Lucian's W to give him the extra vigilance stacks, but very, very strong pairing. Would have liked to see it with something more like maybe a Milio or a Yumi, but on the flip side, that is a Vayne into Lucian Nami, so best of luck.
Yeah, they Epic, their bot lane has been winning. Both games, I think their bot lane was doing really, really well, had advantages. This time, though, with a Vayne, it's going to be real hard, as Holmes actually going to get heat on here by Pyro on Flame. Pretty good health trade there. Not much happens. And speaking of Holmeston Pyro on Flame, the last 2 games, Holmeston's had pretty losing matchups. It was a Azir into a Veigar. It was an Aurora into a Vex. This time, a Kali Silas. This is a completely skill-based matchup. If you have evenly matched players, Holmes, this is your chance to say, listen, that was just drafting. I can be as good as Pyro, but it's going to come down to how the hands, to these hands for both players.
Yeah, and it's a very, very fun matchup to play on both sides of it. It really lets you test the limits of how good you are as Aiden walked into a Darius.
Yeah, we weren't talking about this top side just yet, but the top side draft, unfortunately, both games we saw was one-sided. Game 2, you know, Gwen into Cassante, you're very happy as the Gwen. Game number 1, you know, you get the Fiora into the Ambessa, you're very happy as the Fiora. This time, it's a Darius into an Aatrox here for Jaden, which is just such a hard matchup to play in these early levels. So we should see, I think, QQ get at least an early lead until that, you know, you start to get, you know, 3 abilities available and the Aatrox starts to finally be able to trade evenly.
Yeah, and we mentioned after game 2, we wanted to see QQ on a carry This is a carry. This is much better than something like that Cassante, so really like seeing that. It is another very volatile lane. Both solo lanes very volatile here, so whichever one gets off the ground for each team, I think will be able to really transition that lead across the rest of the map.
Yes, where is that Darius going? Just warding. Didn't know if he was going to try and go down. I think after that last game where the Jarvan invaded and took the entire top side of Capital One's jungle, this time they want to make sure that doesn't happen. And so far, this mid lane is actually kind of what we're hoping to see. You're seeing the poke come out from the Akali, the Sylas trying to kind of weave around these Qs and get as much return damage as he can with these Ws and Es. As now the Shyvana is going in for that invade, so this should be spotted out as it was an early recall actually for the Bel'Veth to try and get back to this top side.
Yeah, not too sure about that one. Shiv will be able to just clear this away very fast. And
yeah, as there was a good trade there for the Sylas, but here comes the smite. It's gonna go actually over to the Bel'Veth. Gets the red buff, and now Darius is ghosting on down. Flash comes through, but that should be FFJA kill. Then it goes over to the Akali. As Pyro goes over the wall. Oh no, Pyro! Maybe can try and get a kill here onto the Bel'Veth. That's probably the only hope that he has. But no, he's going to go down to QQ and Capital One with a great read there on the early game and that invade.
Yeah, Holmeston just flashing over, trying to get away from the Sylas and goes, oh, wait. He's 2 HP.
This is a free kill.
Yeah, why not? So does get that kill. The trade kill going over for Pyro on Flame. Ends up being a 1-for-1. So again, both the laners still even as...
Oh, this is rough, Jaden. Bel'Veth is here. You saw them topside, Jaden. Why are you sticking around? And that's going to be the feat of warfare going over to Capital One. And this topside, once again, you draft it to win, and they get ahead as Pyro going to miss the E there. Can't continue this trade as Akali can just put a bunch of damage back into you.
Yeah, and we didn't touch too much on this jungle matchup, but Bel'Veth, Shyvana, both kind of power farm junglers, want to wait till that level 6 mark. Bel'Veth even wants to wait until... either a free kill, free takedown is a good fight mid lane.
Yeah, Pyro there actually misclicking, W'd onto a minion and then, or E'd onto a minion and then also W'd onto one because Akali was in her shroud. Means that it's a very rough trade as FFJ still trying to invade here, but you're down a level into a Bel'Veth. I'm not sure about this. Sure, he has fleet footwork, but the Conqueror's already been stacked up. There's the W. And just gonna stab the Shyvana to death.
Yeah, and just really clever pathing from the Bel'Veth, matching the Shyvana at each point. Neither champ necessarily super strong early. A lot of Bel'Veth's power comes from that level 6 spike, of course, but just smart pathing has the lane response as well, so there's not really a punish for any of these fights for Capital One in the jungle.
Jaden's struggling there, but shockingly is actually up in XP because QQ has been roaming so much, as now Pyro in trouble. Does have the W though, and the E should be off cooldown as well. So turret shot goes onto the Bel'Veth, and he just walks away. And I think what's interesting, FFJ is here. They're just trying to go for this fight. W onto the Bel'Veth, E away. Bel'Veth can just dash out, and nothing comes of that. But I was gonna say, with all these skirmishes happening, with the top side winning here for Capital One, the bot side is where we were expecting there to be a big difference. And shockingly, there have been no kills. This Lucian Nami has not been able to put on pressure. The Vayne is actually even on CS with the Lucian. Feels like a big discrepancy in what you should be seeing from this lane and to what's actually happening, and that might just be because of how well they're playing it. Here comes the trades though, and as soon as you go in, I mean, this is just going to be a kill. Barrier has to be popped. There's a flash available for the Lucian, and an E doesn't have the mana though. Yeah. It's going to hold on to that, but a little strange there for Cube to go in, especially in this matchup.
Well, and especially this late into it, right? But a lot of these trades, again, are as a result of Pancake not having the mana to really fight proactively or fight aggressively. Has to choose when to use those summoners.
Oh boy. That's just a solo kill for Holmes. Pyro tried to get the ult playing around that timing, but yeah, if you just walk up too far as the Sylas, if you're not respecting that shroud, wasting your W early, that Akali has the kill pressure, and Holmes saying, listen, I might have had bad lanes these last 2 games, but I am just as good as you.
Yeah, and arguably better with that solo kill in the mid side. So winning that skill matchup early is, oh no, buddy.
This is just brutal. Movement speed is popped. Akali's here. Luckily the E misses, but there's the apprehend. And I think that's just going to be a very dead Shyvana, even with Pyro here. Actually, no, QQ just ults that. And because the stacks, Pyro actually might be in trouble now. Knockup comes through. Jaden is here. Pyro doesn't die. Jaden just blows up the Akali. And there's still an Akali ult on Pyro. I think they can fight that with the Aatrox's health, but it looks like they're just going to back off. Pancake solo in the lane. He's going to have to dash away. I'm really surprised that Epic didn't try and take more advantage of that.
It's a psycho.
Oh, and now Jaden. They might just die here. FFJ is here. Pyro is coming down. This is where they need to fight now. As here we go. That's going to be QQ going down. Shyvana picks up the kill. Can they chase down the Bel'Veth is the question. You have a lot of ways to catch up with these two people. Bel'Veth dashing away. Still. Yeah. Pyro's going to have to back up. And in the bot side, that bubble lands, but nothing comes of it. Pancake is still low. I got to know how Pancake is wasting all or losing all of his mana so quickly in this lane.
Yeah, just has not been able to reset yet. We saw Cube actually walk forward with the wave behind him, take like 2 turret shots to ignite the Lucian, cancel the recall, and then use the minion wave to headbutt out, use that as a dash out. So really smart play from Cube, honestly, because Lucian without mana is awful to try and lane with. So
yeah,
it is rough.
I see how hard it is. Like Pancake's trying to trade back, but you just can't dash, can't use his W. And 1Q uses up a lot of that health bars. Pyro here trying to trade, but I mean, the big difference here, this CS discrepancy in the mid lane is also pretty crazy as it looks like that's going to go over. Actually, there's Shyvana FFJA with a great smite, has level 6 here, has to flash, but there's the dragon to follow, gets the Q, but it's not going to be enough. Bel'Veth will just run away. But now the oh yeah, Darius is here. I was going to say the Shyvana is strong, is actually running away pretty well. But Jaden's the only one here. The Silas is still in the mid lane. They're trying to fight this. I don't think that's the right play at all. Jaden with the Q3 is not going to be enough. It's a double kill over to Hopes, who roams on up, leaves Pyro behind, who has no mana. And this mid lane, Holmes is actually just running it right now. 4-2, ahead in CS, ahead in XP. Very, very well played.
Yeah, and Pancake just ulting there, trying to get either the wave clear or the kill. Ends up getting neither, so still in just as bad a spot as Cube finds the angle.
Has to flash away, and that's going to be a big cooldown there for the Lucian. As Pyro here does also need to reset. He almost has his TP back up, so should be backing soon. But again, advantages here. Bel'Veth 2-0-4, very, very strong. Obviously, the Shyvana, you don't need to be super, you don't need to have a lot of kills on Shyvana because you will just scale extremely well as the game goes on. Yeah. Even without dragons, as you get items, you just get stronger and stronger. So you're not super worried about that jungle matchup. But what's also really interesting, Jaden in this losing matchup in the top side is actually up in CS and up in XP because QQ has been roaming so much. As here goes the trade to the mid lane. Just your usual trade. EQ comes in, Pyro Ws to try and get a little bit of health back. Has the Catalyst of Eons, which is going to help a lot, as Jaden here is actually trying to proxy. I don't know if this is the best idea. QQ, misses the apprehend over the wall. Now Jaden should be able to walk out of there. But this game, it's surprising, you know? The Akali is definitely winning, but the Vayne here on the bot side is actually ahead in CS.
Yeah. And a large part of that, again, comes down to Cube looking for that one ignite that seemed a little weird, to say the least, but it forces Lucian to stay. Now Vayne has the Vamp Scepter, has...
No, Pyro. No He's going to go for it, the flash! Pyro doesn't W, he uses E first. Means that he doesn't get the health back. Lucian is going to be launched away. FFJA with the snipe comes over the wall in dragon form. Tanks up the tower a little bit. Wave is here now. Mo Money has absolutely no mana. And that means he's going to go down to the Vayne. And this bot side, which is supposed to be winning, as Akali also dies there. Jaden came down, managed to get the kill. And Epic managing to find some really, really good trades here.
Yeah, and again, it all comes back to just that one ignite, the thing that kept the Lucian in the lane. You see now, after that death, finally getting the ability to bought a full Essence Reaver. No components, just full bot ER. That's how much gold he was sitting on, and this is why constantly was at 0 mana, was not able to take that reset, stuck at low health, low mana, and was punished as a result. Really, really smart play from the bot lane of Epic Victory Royale, and a little bit greedy from Holmeston in the mid lane, going for the flash solo kill under turret. Very not necessary. I think once Silas is out, you just push the wave in and you're fine. But as a result, another kill going over to Jaden, who, after a rough early game, 2-2 now on the Aatrox.
Yeah, now that this Aatrox is out of that early game, he suddenly trades a lot better and fights a lot better, as Pancake is just going to go down. The damage from the Bork and the lethal Temo there on the Vayne. And this is, I mean, this is what happens. You play Lucian Nami, if you're not able to control the early game like you should, and you get behind, suddenly, you know, this Alistar's very easily able to dash in on you. It's very hard to try and get away unless you land your Q, your bubble from the Nami. And this Lucian, no sums, no way to get out, and there's so much movement speed coming out from that Vayne ult.
Yeah, and it's really easy for her to just run you down. There's not a whole lot of peel away, so definitely a little concerning as this game will progress. There's not a whole lot of lockdown just in general for the Vayne, so if she's able to maneuver around these fights, it could very well swing back into Epic Victory Royale's favor.
And you see how well Jaden is trading now on the top side. He has his cooldowns a little bit shorter with these levels. Again, still is up as Pancake is now going in, and that's kind of how you want to start trading. Good ult. Pancake, though, is getting low. No barrier. Flash comes through from Nah, and that's going to be the Silver Bolt securing the kill as Jaden flashes out, and the return, the cross map, not going to find any success for Capital One.
Yeah, do get the flash out, but not much more to come as a result, and that type of fighting is what we wanted to see at the level 1, at the level 2, at the level 3, and they try it when they're already down 2 kills on the Vayne. Just too little, too late at this point. So very, very far behind for the bot lane of Capital One at this point. And we mentioned it, Vayne, one of those champs that can take over a game from the bot lane. We saw Nah on the Jinx do it last time around. Could look to have a repeat performance on the Vayne.
Yeah, as bot lane turret gonna go down. That's gonna push the gold lead to only about 1,000, but Pancake just walks up. No. FFJA is waiting, and that's gonna be a stun. That's gonna be a kill here for the Shyvana, who, as we said, this champion doesn't need kills early on because she is so strong. As Holmes, you're here alone. What are you gonna do against this? As it's just gonna get knocked up, has to go into the Shroud, has to ult out. As now Belveth trying to 1v1 the Silas actually might be able to, but the W comes through. Big heals and the Conqueror stacked up as FFJA. One more Q is all he needs. Gets the kill. Holmes goes down, and this game for Capital One is starting to fall outside of their control as Pyro looking for the solo kill, doesn't get it. The flash out of the Q.
Oh, that is such a tight fight, too. Could have gone either way, honestly. One auto attack away from winning that fight for Pyro, but
they're gonna try and go in on. Yeah, the ult comes through. Bubble's gonna force the flash. Not gonna be able to chase it. The move speed there from the Shyvana enough to get her out. As this game is still close. Again, only 1.5 gold, 1,000 gold in the lead for Epic Victory Royale. The Vayne right now, 3-0-2. The Shyvana is getting stacked up. She's getting her items. The Leandri's Torment is on the way. And once she finishes that, obviously will be a massive damage spike for her alongside that Spear of Shojin. And again, the top side. Jaden has been able to just farm up, go pretty even, just been getting XP where he can, and now has actually got his first item before QQ. And in the mid lane, even though Holmes, I feel like, has these advantages, hasn't really been able to do the Akali thing where he's roaming around the map, constantly finding skirmishes with his item advantage while the Silas has to sit back in lane. All of these roams have actually not been successful as he's going to try and go for this 1v1, but now Pyro, he's got a Roa. He's got so much more sustain.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he opted to just run away with the Akali ult. Could have actually looked to fight that, I think. Maybe it's a little risky, especially with how far behind he is at this point in time, but Belveth in the area now, it's not going to get any better.
Yeah. Should have probably opted for the 1v1. That's going to be another kill heading over to Holmst. As Pyro, 1-5-1 here on the Silas, is having a rough time, but obviously, when you are playing Conqueror Silas with the Roa, you are just looking to get tankier and you're looking to get beefier. So yeah, you can afford to be a little further behind. If this was Burst Silas, obviously this would feel terrible if you're going for the Electrocute and the Rocket Belt. But luckily this build choice does make it a little less bad, as Cube's just going to go on in. Ooh, Condemned there. Didn't actually manage to knock Mo Money into the wall, as here comes the Belveth, but FFJ is here, and look at the damage from the Shyvana and the Vayne as the entire bot side is going to go down. The jungle dies as well. Holmst and QQ are here before their lane counterparts, but Nas stays alive for so long before QQ manages to shut him down. And now they got to run away. FFJA! Oh, the snipe at the end.
Yeah, but like, look at how much had to be burned there to take down this Vayne, right? The only member to realistically fall in that fight, and it was a 4v5. Silas was still coming back from the prior death. So really, really strong fights coming out. The Shyvana is just so strong at this point in time. Na takes forever to fall as well, and it's a byproduct of what we were saying before. No ability to lock down this Vayne. It's a lot of damage, but no CC, so she's able to maneuver through these fights relatively easily, especially with the lead she got early on.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing why that Shyvana was banned all 3 games in the spring finals.
Yes.
Because this Shyvana, 140, 30 CS on her opponent, 2 items now. You know, the item parity is very even, but when you're looking at how much damage she's getting from now, hey, they have 2 dragons. So you haven't been able to stop the Shyvana from stacking dragons, and she's also a level up. Her damage is just quite insane compared to this Bel'Veth. And Epic, I mean, it feels like they're starting to really run the map here. You have, again, the Vayne and the Alistar. They're just able to walk wherever they want. There's no lockdown to stop them or to shut them down. Only real chance here for Capital One is maybe in the top side, but here comes the Shyvana, and Epic was ready for this. Cube was here, and they get both kills.
Yeah, setting up for that dive early is Na's gonna fall.
Almost trades it back, but the Nami was there in time as here comes Silas looking for tidal wave.
Nope.
Yep. Oh, well, there's Shyvana Q as fortunately just stayed a little bit too long, and I think Capital One here, we're starting to see this, the mid-game macro. You didn't get the advantages in the early game that you needed from this draft, and it makes this mid-game just so much harder to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Capital One had the early leads too, but so far this mid-game has just been run by the Vayne, which was the only real bright spot in the early stage for Victory Royale. So playing well around that carry, and now we've seen FFJA just able to start scooping up kills in these fights, as Nami might have walked too far up.
Yep, looks like Ignite's going to go down. Surprisingly doesn't die as the Bel'Veth is here. Silas a little low on mana, but obviously the more damage he takes.
Akali's here too.
Yep, oh, Akali flank. Shyvana goes in. Q does a whole lot of damage. He's going to try and knock down the Lucian, but the Lucian survives. The Alistar falls. Fadeaway Q there from the Shyvana is going to be enough, as now they're trying to chase down the shutdown here on FFJA. Bel'Veth trying to go in, dashing through, finds the kill, shut down over to the jungler of Capital One. And finally, Capital One, after what seems like multiple minutes, get a positive trade, but here's Vayne, and that should be a very, very dead Akali.
Yeah, almost assuredly.
Oh, just a little tumble here, and maybe not. The move speed here is from Holmst is maybe enough, but I feel like, I mean, where are you going to go? Get an execute, I think, is the hope here for Holmst. Pops the W.
Should be able to.
Yep, as another fight in the mid lane. QQ here, trying to dive onto the Silas, gets the dunk down. Silas falls. And again, that was the one weak point here for Epic, as now Jaden trying to run away, using his lifesteal as much as he can, but it's a second kill over to QQ. And this Silas, the one weak point. And Capital One is doing a great job of trying to take advantage of it, as they've evened up this gold lead, and now trying to dive back onto the Shyvana, who does not have a dragon form. Ghost comes out from QQ. Apprehend, there's a lot of health here on the Shyvana, but does he still have his ult left? Doesn't look like it, as the Alistar comes in, stops that engaging. Oh, you can see here, Nas here, the Vayne's here, and that's going to be a kill.
Yeah, a little bit of an overstay there from QQ. Well punished by the side of Victory Royale, as Cube is on a mission.
This moo cow Alistar does not want to let this Bel'Veth farm, as we do have, obviously, the Hextech Soul here on the map. So you have these portals, which means for both teams, if you overcommit to these fights, the speed at which people are able to get back from respawning is expedited quite a bit.
Yeah.
So you have to be a lot more careful.
Yeah, and it is worth noting as well, these first two Drakes you mentioned going over to Victory Royale with that Shyvana passive just stacking up early. Belveth also cares more about the top side of the map, the top side neutrals, so was able to get the Rift Herald, got that 3-minute ult form, which means you're able to start looking to push out waves a little more and try to look for those more aggressive sieges as a result with the extra little Void Mites. So a little interesting to see that with that 3-minute form, it's more focused on the fighting. We saw that Rift Herald popped mid, so that definitely was one aspect that was beneficial for it, but interested to see how this Drake fight will pan out, as should be the next play here. Capital One already in river.
Yeah, and it was looking scary for a bit there for Capital One, but they've evened up this gold lead quite a lot. Only 800 gold behind now, which means these fights should be balanced on a nice edge. Belveth here on 3 items. Shyvana goes in, but there's the bubble, there's the dunk, and the dragon is secured by the Belveth. His pancake on the backside here has not been targeted at all. 2Q finds the kill. Pyro not able to kill the Belveth, and it looks like Capital One is just running the fight. They haven't lost anyone, as Cube is the last one remaining. He's gonna flash over the wall, but the Belveth dashes over. Blast cone away. It's a 4-for-0, the dragon for Capital One, and they're gonna go straight for the Atacon.
Yeah, I thought the pull was a little early. Thought that you could have maybe looked to wait on that, made that fight around the Drake a smite fight for the neutral, but ultimately it does result in the Darius getting that first kill, getting the ult reset, and turns out if Darius gets 5 stacks of a passive on a Vayne and then presses R, the Vayne loses 95% of her health bar. So, very, very big winning fight for the side of Capital One.
That's how that works?
Yeah, wild concept.
Yeah, that was a great fight by Capital One. I mean, I think FFJA went over a little bit early, and you just see them immediately target the Shyvana. Belveth still manages to get the smite while they're still targeting the Shyvana and stunning her up. They secure that, and then from there, as I said, Vayne gets blown up, and where's the damage? You have a Sylas who's on 1 item, and it's just a Rod of Ages. There's no damage there. Really, the only thing you have left is the Aatrox and Jaden in a 3v1. 4v1 is not really able to do that much.
Yeah, not currently, and you mentioned the Sylas being 1 in 7 FFJ's got.
Oh yeah, that should be a kill. Flash over the wall though. Doesn't look like they want to expend anything to try and get over. So the Shyvana will manage to get away, but this is a 3-item Shyvana. Both junglers here do a lot of damage as long as they don't get locked up. It's the big thing. You know, if you get 1 bit of CC here onto the Belveth, you can blow her up. If the Shyvana gets bubbled, like we saw in that last fight, she can also just get blown up. These junglers need time to get their damage off.
Yeah, and especially with the Belveth ult passive doing extra true damage, the more times that she hits the same target in a row. So you really want to ramp up those fights if you are on this Belveth. So not too surprised to see how they're playing this one out, as it looks like the play is on to Pyro here.
Oh, Pyro has had a rough game 3. This Sylas got dumpstered in lane, and now it's just so far behind as he gets blown up there. And, I mean, this might be an angle to look for the Baron here. Obviously, the Sylas isn't that strong. You still have to worry about the Vayne and the Shyvana being the strongest members on the side of Epic Victory Royale, but I feel like you could start to angle for the Baron, but it looks like Reset's just going to come through for Capital One. They're going to try and play this out a little slower.
Yeah, and I don't hate that. Try and get a little more priority over the objective. There's a lot of vision control for Epic Victory Royale as FFJ has come again.
I mean, it's just a... Oh! Jaden is here. FFJ manages to ult through. Q goes out. Belveth is very, very low. Jaden, though, slowed down as here comes the Akali. Holmes trying to find FFJA. As QQ also, they're just going for the Shyvana. They're not even caring about Jaden. They just walk past the Aatrox, and now Jaden is all alone. Not much he can do. Can't trade back the kill, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Capital One. And now the eyes might be on that Baron.
Yeah, and this is at least the window to set up around it. Looks like they might just have to deal with that mid wave, though. We talked about Capital One pretty consistently has not had the greatest wave management, so will be caught as a result. And
Launch the Belveth into the Vayne, but is going to pick up the kill. But now, I mean, you're all alone. Naz just going to try and trade these kills as best he can. Flashes onto the Nami, manages to get the kill. And now the Vayne is just unleashing hell as the Lucian goes down. And it's just Cube and Na who are just killing the whole team.
Double kill for each of them as well. Unfortunately, that shutdown on the Belveth going to the cow, but I mean, we talked about it. There's no lockdown for this Vayne. Knock comes through and just wipes the fight. It's a 4 for nothing in a 2v4 as a result. So really, really strong fighting coming out, and that will signal now the Baron to go over to Epic Victory Royale.
And an absolutely carry performance here from the Vayne. I mean, that should have been a Baron setup for Capital One. Instead, yes. Cube says, hey, you're strong. They don't have any way to stop you. I'm just going to go in. Trust me, man. And they managed to take that fight, the 2v4, absolutely clean it up as, oh, Pyro. Yeah, you're not getting out of that one, unfortunately. Looks like QQ doesn't want to use the ult. Yeah.
It's on cooldown still.
So
just came off.
Yep, Silence will manage to get away. 1 and 8. You know, not getting that 9th death is obviously nice, and Jaden does a good job picking up that Rift Scuttle, making sure that they can see where they're at. FFJA here has to be careful, but has the ult. Cube in from the back, manages to get the knock up onto QQ, who gets a huge heal from his Q. As now the Nami looks to go down, Mo Money falls. Cube is still in the middle of the massive knock-up as Jaden comes through with the Dragon's Breath. And it looks like Epic Victory Royale found the fight they need. Holmes is the only one left, gets knocked out of his smoke. Knocked down, it's a quadra for FFJA. As Epic, in this game that was so close, completely wiped the board.
Yeah, and a really good fight coming out. Cube once again demonstrating the playmaker prowess. So much CC, setting up these fights beautifully without a care in the world, making this Alistar just look so ungodly strong. And it looks like they're going to try to push for the end here.
They got Baron.
Yeah,
the Nami's the only one up soon, but they just chew through these turrets, as that's going to be the first one falling. Still 7 seconds left on everyone else. They're hitting the Nexus. It was close in game number 3, but Epic Victory Royale. They got their comfort on the Shyvana. They got the Vayne to survive lane, and they're going to get the 2-1 victory.
Yeah, really tight game 3, though. Back and forth, honestly. I think Capital One had a lot of really good looks, a lot of really good fights. But again, it came down to just the engages. You saw Cube hit the headbutt pulverize onto 2 members at the end. The Shyvana just doing so much damage over the top. And as a result of the lack of wave management, once again for Capital One, game ends right at that one fight. So really close. It was a game of inches in game number 3. And big win for Epic Victory Royale, defending their CEA title and winning the Continentals.
Yeah, North America has triumphed, and Epic Victory Royale have shown that, yes, we're still just as good as we were in those spring finals. It was close, though. I think Capital One, as I said, great fight. That game 3, I think, was what we wanted. After 2 kind of one-sided stomps, they really showed up and fought back from some disadvantages. You know, both teams really back and forth. Now, obviously, no prize money for this tournament, but bragging rights here. Epic Victory Royale can say, yes, we are undisputedly the best team here from North America, who did end up winning it. And I think that's going to do it here for the League of Legends finals.
Yeah, but we do have Valorant happening later today. Fatality from PwC playing against VW Nova Corps from Volkswagen. I believe those are both the European teams as well. So a bit of a flip around from what we experienced here in League of Legends. We're going to see 2 European Titans play against each other for the Continentals title. I believe that is at 2:30 Eastern today.
Yeah, so it's going to be happening in just about an hour. So you guys should definitely stick around. That's going to be happening right here. That's going to be a great grand finals. And then on Sunday, guess what? It's Rocket League all day with CS2 right at the end. Should be absolutely fun to see how that goes. But for now, for League of Legends, that's going to do it for us. We want to thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. My name has been Titan on Fire. It's been a wonderful pleasure to join you, MXL.
Yeah, thank you all for tuning in as well. And hopefully we'll see you around for the next run of either CEA or Continentals going forward.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting weekend here for some corporate Valorant. We are ready to settle into our company Esports World Cup 2025. Ready to bring some fast-paced action. Sir Waltham and Llama77 here. Llama77, good to meet you. Good to cast with you. I'm excited to get into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. We had the semifinals just last weekend, and boy, not only do we have Valorant, but a whole host of events happening this weekend for CEA. So just a ton of fun, prepared and ready to go. How are you feeling about the day today, Walt?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm ready to get into it. I'm ready to see what these two teams have for us. If you were here with us last week on the semifinals, you might know that things were looking a little bit one-sided in favor for these European teams, but now we're all on one continent. There's no lag issues, no connection issues. Everybody should ideally be on the same connectivity, fair ground. So a real good idea to get a look at where these teams are at and see them play at their optimum.
Yeah, and we're not playing a short series, not a best of one. You've got to win 2 maps here in the best of 3 if you want to take the victory overall. And there's no more second chances. This is it. You win the best of 3, you get all the bragging rights for the entirety of that regular season you played. You lose, and well, still a second place is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't complain too much about a second place. But folks, I just realized we haven't talked at all about the teams coming in here for the teams bringing to you this week. It's going to be Fatality going up against VW Nova Corp. Those are going to be representing PwC and Volkswagen, respectively. Again, some big names in the European corporate scene, so very excited as we look forward to these matches we got going on in Llama. A little bit earlier, we did get a preview of those maps.
Yeah, where we're starting off is going to Ascent. It's going to be the Volkswagen crew picking defense to start there. We'll head off to the beautiful city of Pearl and then end our way up on the most neutral map ever in Haven. So 3 fun maps. I think Pearl probably my favorite of the 3. But of course, with those first and third ones, it's going to be interesting to see those strategies. Even though they're a little bit more regular maps, you have to be a little bit more creative to try and bust through the defense.
Yeah, I don't believe we saw Pearl last week either, so I'm definitely very excited to see it kind of come back into the rotation, back into the fold, see how the teams cope with it, and whether there's that big of a European difference between, what those of us in the North American scene might be used to seeing, because, sometimes Llama regionality can play a big difference in how teams decide to tackle a map.
I mean, you see it not only from the ranked play all the way up to the highest professional level. Each different region has their own styles, their own map favorites, and, from team to team, maybe from playing different teams all throughout the regular season, you find those weak points. You find where you want to improve on and change up the overall map selection. So for these two teams, starting, I think, in this map number 1, getting a good foot forward is going to be the ideal goal. It's not the end of the world if you lose map number 1, but this is a good place to kind of test out where both these offenses are looking at.
Absolutely, and I can hear it in my headphones. We are about ready to get into this agent selection, starting off once again at Ascent. We can already see, it looks like the classic triple neon comp going to be coming out. Not really, but a fun thought experiment either way. But no, these teams kind of still figuring out what they want to do. We saw a lot of Initiator last week, and not to a big surprise, this was the weekend right after the Tejo changes, so still curious if teams are going to be getting acclimated to how he's going to be playing a little bit differently, perhaps a little bit more expensively for those long rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Tejo, I feel like got hit pretty hard, so much so that it's almost unplayable now. With the range that it hits, it's pretty easily dodgeable, but Tejo's been such a staple for so long. We'll have to see if teams do end up going with that selection. I would love a Neon here on Ascent. Speed is absolutely critical to execute, especially onto the B site. However, it's 15 seconds to go. We're still waiting on some lock-ins here, and right now, the Yoru Viper Hover. I love me a Viper, but they better get locked in quick.
Yeah, so far, nobody really wanting to settle in and get nestled on what they're assigning. We're going to be seeing some Breach. It looks like the double Initiator will be coming out from Fatality. The Breach Gecko, that's a look I don't believe we saw last time. And only one Initiator from the other side of VW Nova Corp.
It's interesting. I feel like you bring the Killjoy, you play a little bit more towards the side you're starting on in this defensive. You have the Arena, you have the Sova for this little bit of information, but then you also have this kind of Killjoy Jet setup that allows you to smoke off, engage, and go super heavy on some possible mid plays. So it'll be interesting here. The comps are set. Map number 1 is ready to play. Let's get into Ascent.
It's going to be that all-important pistol round coming out, seeing exactly how these teams are looking to line up their kits. We're seeing a couple ghosts come out onto the field, 3 on the defensive side to be sure. I'm sure we're going to see that increase as the teams and players get settled in, figuring out exactly where and how they're going to be posting up. 4 ghosts on the defensive looks like they're getting to be a bit more punchy rather than relying on those abilities to start. The Killjoy, of course, makes sense as the one character that doesn't necessarily have that ghost bot.
See where they place the utility as well. Is going to go for the underside alarm bot there, and going to place another one under as well, it looks like. So a decent setup here to gather some utility in case of a post-plant scenario does go a little bit awry. But the doors are dropped. We're ready to go, or the walls rather, you could say, and a little bit of opening utility. You're going to see that destroy will come through. You know somebody's there, but you don't know how many.
Already, we can see a lot of presence from Fatality slowly pushing towards that mid sector, right up towards the market. But a nice early entry from that Omen's going to really be weakening that site towards Tree. Where the pivot comes from Fatality still remains to be seen, but it looks like presence is being taken all over the map.
Some really early gathers, and you talk about a 5v2 already perspiring into the side here, and the Clove up top just not really able to get the shots they want as the window pinch comes through and the headshot takes them down. It's Arena 1v5 here, and on your left we'll be looking towards the right as the Dizzy sends the goop. The flash for Flash is going to get a flawless round to start for Fatality.
That is a great start for Fatality, and Nova Corps having just a tough time holding down those early entries. I believe we saw some early aggression coming out of them leading into those initial kills. And once you suffer those first few kills on defense, it is so hard to recover, especially if your attacking team takes very minimal damage like you might expect on a pistol round. Now, however, we look forward, Fatality going to be having the armory benefit here as we see a couple more SMGs, a Bulldog, and even a Hero Vandal come out in Umbra.
I love it. And a really little bit of utility going to be invested from the Master Babo, who sends one up into the air and then a second shock dart straight down the heart of the long entrance. And for Master, I feel like you are one of the big pieces of utility, the big entrance, but it's going to be the door shut and just destroying that in his own right. Once the re-entry, the team with very little in terms of the weaponry, Cadwin gets down the first, and it's a 5v4 again for Fatality.
Ooh, some nice shots through the wall with the Sheriff, but Nova Corp not able to sway off too much damage. And it looked like they were all trying to hold on to one site, but they weren't quite super coordinated with it. Clasher with a nice headshot onto Umbra. Cracks this open perhaps just a little bit. They will have their location revealed, though, as surely the raid is going to be calling out where they got shot from.
There.
Gotta use your body as a piece of information at some point. 4v4 down low, Dizzy connects again, and here's the swing out on your left. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and Fatality with the better weaponry. Once again, running in, the milkshake turns them into ice cream, and it's Lizelle with the final kill. Back-to-back rounds for Fatality.
I'll tell you, Umbra has really been done dirty by the Dizzy, or excuse me, on your left has really been done dirty by the Dizzy from Lizette. That Dizzy getting the Reyna blinded both times, resulting in their untimely demise. Unfortunate spot for VW Nova Corps, but now's the opportunity where they get to re-equalize, re-stabilize, and come back with a little bit of a stronger fighting force. Fatality did invest quite a few weapons, which they ended up losing. We saw the 3 deaths, I believe, coming from Fatality. It's gonna cost them a little bit.
Absolutely, and this is the usual flow of Valorant, as we say. Whoever wins that pistol, they get the better weaponry going into the second, and then in the third, usually have a little bit worse scraps to go into. But 2 rounds already, you talk about on an Ascent map, which is 2 sites, definitely favorability goes towards the defensive, and it's going to be interesting setup. The Killjoy utility is going to be guarding overall the mid portion of this B site, but Reyna is the only one truly guarding the site.
See those KJ swarm grenades coming out, trying to flush out market. They seem to have a really good idea, Nova Corp does, that Killjoy is posted up in market, or at least somebody is posted up in market, so they want to be a little bit more hesitant towards that. If it is the Killjoy, they got to anticipate all the utility being there as well. Umbra slowly creeping up, might see this alarm bot. Does eventually and clears it. Now the pressure going to start to be felt for Novacorp as Happy Milkshake gets that first kill once again with the Stinger.
It's all down to FRZ here, and they died to Umbra's headshot through the steps, and Fatality, they're going to be able to pick up those weapons, rotate quickly into B. It's going to be another kill straight through mid. The headshot following the 3v3 will go as it's post-plant time.
Going to be up to Novacorp to try to go in for this retake. Don't have too much. They have a little bit of information from the Sova. They've got the quickness from the Jet. And the Clove with the opportunity to smoke off any of those tighter angles. A nice early scan with the wallbang coming through from Novacorp. Kadwin gonna be taken down. See Zocker trying to fight off that Dizzy, but in the end it's gonna be Clash who comes in, gets the diffuser, at least halfway, passing it over to Babo.
They get their round back, and I think importantly, when you're holding the B site, if you're just holding inside the site and in boathouse, it can be tough at times with those dual swing angles. And the Novacorp play it perfectly. They get their first round of this half. More importantly, they'll be able to work some of that weaponry they earned over in towards this next round. But Fatality, this is round 4. They built up enough economy. They're going to have full shields on 3, 2 light shields and rifles for everybody.
Yeah, so far, a good opportunity to see these two teams really get equalized here, although Fatality didn't necessarily look like they were licking their wounds too severely from their second round deaths. It's going to be Zocker holding early, trying to cut off that garden control. Not so successful, though. Has to drop a smoke for their own clearance just to try to get away, get safe. Again, we see Fatality taking advantage of that, getting a lot of space and getting the kill. So on your left.
It's a nice one through mid. It doesn't mean the Killjoy utility is down quite yet, as the lone member defending the B site, the rotate over from Babo. It's gonna look through, but it's the Reyna smoke to pile on top. The extra utility there coming through with a dart over top, and this is the rotation that Babo needs to see. The long angles, FRZ, that kill is huge, and it's going to set up a pincer play, but shifts in the night. Milkshake finds the headshot.
Yeah, Milkshake just waiting there, trying to actually it seems, push a little bit towards spawn. Gonna be finding them purchase before eventually they do get buried 6 feet under by their opposition in FRZ. And now it's another 3-on-3 situation. Make that a 2-on-2. Lizette, Zocker both dropping. FRZ now comes to purchase dangerously low. So this Omen could very easily turn this into a 1v1. But has to be very cautious of this Jet. Watch market. Teleports out. That is so crucial of a loss from Kite. Clash, you're able to swing in at the perfect moments.
And that door play, I mean, you got the spike down. I think that's the most important part. You had the positioning. You know, even if one falls, they've still got to go pick up the spike. They've still got to work their way around. So FRZ just playing the patient, and that 3K really boosted them over top of that round. FRZ at a 5-3 scoreline so far, and that's going to be back-to-back rounds for the Novacorp. Fatality looks like they want to force up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a heavier purchase from Fatality. They want to try to maintain this momentum, and I believe that they're still able to buy 4 next round, so they'll still have those 3900s, give or take a couple for the extra utility. I mean, immediately we see the benefit coming out of it, just using that Sheriff. Immediately takes down Zocker, and it looks like the Reyna was able to recover the rifle, so Fatality will have the one Vandal in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Kite taking down FRZ, another great start, as well as removing all the utility from B.
It's gonna be Empress popped as well. They want to go heavy right on into it. The teleport right onto the switch. And it's on your left, who is 2 away from the Empress in their own right. But the timing is just going to be perfection. Kite catches 1, the Omen ready to go. And from the shadows, we'll take him all the way back to safety outside of B.
A fairly safe call if you're that Omen. Just get out of there. You don't want to re-peek that Reyna when you're perhaps a little bit weaker, a little bit more exposed, especially to the 2v1 swings. Now we could be seeing there. Happy Milkshake with a nice kill from the Stinger. A flawless round from Fatality. And we were talking about that weaker buy, but it doesn't seem to have hampered them in the slightest, Llama.
It works out. I mean, it's always a gamble when you purchase some of those rifles and especially those sheriffs, but you get that first kill, it opens up everything else. And now it's 3 out of the last 5 starter rounds here for Fatality. And the bigger thing is, they did invest a couple of those ultimates, the From the Shadows and the Empress, but they've got their Gecko ultimate. That Thrasher can just absolutely destroy any Killjoy setup available.
Certainly could. We'll also be looking to see Novacorp have their Sova ultimate, that Hunter's Fury coming online. Thrash is going to be going out, trying to sink any query that it can find, or at least clear out the site. It looks like it's going to find out the site is pretty clear. I believe they just need to find Boathouse, but on your left, getting a kill on the Kite, so the lower buys now coming through for VW. Novacorp for the kills. Novacorp going to be taking a lot of space here. This Killjoy on Catwalk might be strangulated a little bit. FRZ able to connect the headshot and the kill on the Happy Milkshake. They'll be able to reclaim that rifle too. A good retake opportunity from Novacorp.
It's just a 4-on-1. I mean, Gecko really has no chance, and the critical timing there, Gecko was the one that actually had to plant themselves, invested the wingman early on, so couldn't grab that Thrasher globule, so no double use of the ultimate. Thrasher doesn't really get the value they wanted.
Yeah, a great retake from Novacorp. And it feels like every time we see a team with a little bit more of an anemic buy, a little bit less firepower in the pocket, those are the teams that we see getting kills with the Sheriffs in the first 30 seconds of the round. And then that kind of tips the balance forward. I'd be really fascinated to see the econ kind of break down round to round for these teams, because it feels like they're just doing a swap meet of weapons at a certain point.
Embarrass them.
It feels like when you get that confidence on rifles, sometimes go a little bit too far forward, and Fatality still 3 rounds, already a good number here on this 2-side map. Anything more they can get on this half will bolster their ability to win this first map. It's going to be the early bubble combated by the laser beams through the wall, and having that ultimate up and available for Novacorp will shut down the lockdown. Dizzy comes in. It's going to be the Thunder from the skies invested, but they didn't clear out Glasher. Doubles, triples, quadra kill. What a huge finish from Glasher.
Oh man, and that is so disappointing for Fatality. They had the Dizzy get thrown in. You could hear the ink splot hit that Jet in the high, but the Jet just holds nerves of steel and is able to take 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, 4 nice crispy kills with basically no contest. I think the only person who saw them was the person trying to get the spike down, and you're not going to be able to pull your gun out in time.
Just was not invested on checking the corners. Maybe thought the Dizzy had hit towards a different positioning, and it's both the ultimates as well invested and gone into the dirt from Fatality. Now Novacorp have 4 ultimates.
That was such an ult expensive round for Fatality. Novacorp still holding on to 4, everything but the Hunter's Fury. And now I guess the Jet Knives, as Clasher does take an early nap out of this round. Again, mid presence being held aggressively from Fatality, and this is a look that has gotten them some purchase in the past. They want to break those market doors early on, really open things up towards B, give the defenders a little bit of wariness as to where the attackers might be heading towards. And right now, we're just seeing a little bit of a tempo change up, slow prodding technique coming in from Fatality.
It's going to help them. I mean, unless Soccer can get everything, the Dizzy a perfect clearance there, the headshot to follow. Clove is going to use the not dead yet and try and use that second life, but it's just caught out. Umbra won't give him the chance. The plant is already down, and Novacorp, now they're going to use that blind early. It's going to get them nothing. A 5v2 post plant and control of everything, but FRZ still in the round. The gun is seen, and well, the poison on the ground is going to deny the entry.
Yeah, Mosh going to be pushing that Sova back, and not sure if Lizette is aware of it, but that Sova already dangerously low, only needs to suffer 1 bullet instead. Looks like it might be a back off from FRZ and company, just trying to keep the rifles in hand. They want to perhaps stabilize their eco just a little bit more.
Also see if you can just build up a talking point as well. That was a really quick round from Fatality where they pivoted just so fast through Catwalk. So get a talk, a semi-timeout here, as 6 players will survive and 6 rifles as well. But we stay tied up, these round streaks going back and forth. No team can hold the momentum. And for Novacorp, invested the not dead yet there. Now down to 3 ultimates instead of the 4 they had last round.
Yeah, that ultimate from Zocker was, if I'm being quite frank, a little bit questionable. You get killed by somebody who's basically 10, 15 feet from you, and then you pop that ultimate. You're not going to be able to outrun them. They're going to be able to close the gap, and you have that animation where you can't just immediately pull your weapon back out. Very questionable coming in from the Clove there. Might have just wanted to reposition their body so that they could get better smokes, but that's me looking at it as optimistically as I can now. However, a fresh round as we head into the 9th for Fatality, and Novacore trying to recompose themselves. Good information acquired from the defensive side, though.
And a good setup as well. They're not really overextending this time. They've got the Clove to block off Catwalk. So you just play patient. You're basically a 2-1-2 setup with this kind of rotary Clove to be able to swing out when they choose, and that means Fatality has to invest a lot of utility just to get this clear. FRZ already using the Vandal to get one. Well, they check right, the Leer comes out. They do, but it's too late. There's already a reinforcement from the Garden here, and the Reyna shows up the blind, sends them back, and it's a retake of Wine Cellar as well. Fatality need to be careful on the entry, and the Reyna's got that chance to win the one-on-one.
And that was on your left, just trying to buy as much time as possible. They did a fairly decent job about it. We're able to push back a little bit. Last member in tree, Killjoy. Looked like they were considering the lockdown, but FRZ a little bit more conservative on that, holding it in pocket for this round. Perfectly fine. Novacorp coming out now up 5 versus 4 against Fatality. Heading into this 10th round, this has been so far very back and forth between these two teams.
It's good. It's all you want to see from this map. I will be a little bit interested to see kind of when we do switch those sides, how well this Nova Core composition will be. You talked about only having that single initiator. You're going to have to really work off the Jet and Clove, but I guess we'll eat the bread once it is baked, per se, once it's out of the oven here in 3 more rounds. Fatality, they've got another semi-decent buy.
They certainly do, and a point you're mentioning here, you know, Fatality, they have those double initiators. It should be a little bit more aggressive at getting set up, getting entry onto these sites. I'm not sure that we're seeing that for the scoreline that we have currently. I say that as Umbra immediately gets onto site and gets themselves nestled in, but FRZ immediately going to be taking down 2 Umbra Lizette, no longer in this fight, but so is FRZ taken out now, no longer a factor. Another 3-on-3 situation. We are not seeing these teams lead by massive man margins in either direction right now.
No charges left.
That clasher kill is just so huge. Gets the door destruction, waits the time, doesn't reload. And now it's a 2-on-3, but do they account for the market? No, they don't. Milkshake's got one, Clasher's got the trade, but Milkshake is turning them into ice cubes. 1v1, jet knives available, but do you need it? The answer's no. Milkshake shuts it down with the market re-entry 3K.
Yeah, that was good awareness. That Jet had the intention of trying to figure out exactly where that Killjoy was coming from, just did not have the marbles, did not have the full information, the full spectrum of knowledge to really suss out exactly where they needed to pre-aim to get those shots in early. Too many angles for the Killjoy to retake from. Good opportunity, but once again, we're seeing another equalization, and this could very easily be a half that ends 6-6 here, Llama.
I could see it. I mean, there are 3 ultimates still up and available on either side, and most importantly, we've got lockdown for lockdown, but no Hunter's Fury. An early stun comes through. Clasher finds a way to die. It's the through-the-wall headshot, and Umbra's just got the double. That's everybody on the defensive side cleared out. The Killjoy ultimate used, and now we've got basically a 5-on-3 post plan.
Yeah, and Clasher getting very aggressive on that Jet, but gets immediately stunned out by the breach. A very good read coming in from Fatality. And now Fatality have the numbers advantage. They have the time, the clock working in their favor. They lose 1 in Umbra, perhaps their most aggressive player, but doesn't really matter. They still have some great positioning. Fatality picking off these members one by one. Keep an eye out on that Clove as well. But manages to take down. What happened? Nova turned this fight into a 1v1, and that is a huge opportunity. Cadaway has the post plant set up with the Rolling Thunder, popping FRZ up high into the sky. But the Clove blinds, the Clove smokes, I should say, going to be coming in a little bit too preventively. Oh, the timer is ticking down. It doesn't look like there's going to be enough, and Cadaway able to take the kills.
clutch is the name of the game, and 6 rounds guaranteed for Fatality. I mean, what a post plan, just back and forth. You got to see the setup when you have control of market and B main. It is so tough to retake on that defensive side, or rather when you don't have that control, when your opponents have it, but also just smartly investing those ultimates, using the lockdown early, using that rolling thunder right towards the end. Guarantee yourself a round, because there's only 1 round left in the half, and unfortunately you can't take those ultimates with you to the second half.
And oh my goodness, that storyboard told so much of a story. 3 members on Novacore with a little bit more meager kill counts compared to the Jet, and I believe the Killjoy. So definitely some carry players fighting here. Everybody on the attacking Fatality trying to check underneath these smokes. Post play getting set up immediately. It's an ability surge coming out from both teams. No Hunter's Fury to try to disrupt any entry coming through from Fatality. That lockdown also going to be sending people away. Lizette able to get 2, and that's huge.
That's a Bulldog double right there. The double smoke right on top of it. Here comes the Leer as well, but Milkshake still gets the kill. The healing comes through, but it's not enough. It's Fatality winning the half with a re-engage from the wine cellar. They end at 7-5.
And that was way close of a half. I think that if that half is anything to indicate here, Llama, Novacore and Fatality are going to be going out for blood, and I hope we see 3 maps out of this.
I would love nothing more. I just want to watch some great Valorant today. We've already had 12 great rounds of it, but look at that little timeline there in the middle. 3 straight rounds for Fatality right at the end of the half to really bring the momentum back towards their side. And I mean, you said it, they were not easy rounds to win. They were rounds that took a bit of force. Now the question is, what does their defensive side look like?
Remains to be seen, as once again, it's going to come down to these pistols, and this is a good opportunity for these teams to get started. Novacorp to either equalize 7-7 if you were looking ahead towards the anti-eco, or Fatality to even further their gap. On your left, going to be looking as that Reyna, perhaps trying to get aggressive, as we saw from Fatality's Reyna in Umbra. Still remains to be seen, though, as very slow, methodical play coming in from Novacorp. They don't want to get too aggressive on it, especially against that Killjoy. Take that early damage. Could be fatal in a pistol round.
Every single bullet matters, especially against those ghosts, the headshot masters. It's going to be the turret grabbing some extra information all the way around the map, and just working through market is the look. The problem is they've got a Reyna with a Sheriff to deal with. The first blood does come in, and it's Fatality's defensive side that works it. This little double crossfire has pushed away everything that Novacore want to do, and it's just a back off to safety.
Yeah, it will be the regroup coming in from Novacore. That is going to be tough, though, because the clock is not working in their favor. It's slowly ticking down, and Fatality's going to be comfortable with that. The longer that they can burn off the clock, the faster Novacore has to move in those last 15, 20 seconds. And that's where you can start making mistakes, especially when you're already disadvantaged in the manpower. But a nice equalize coming in from Zocker. Oh, and they see the shoulder of the Omen. Can't quite trade it out, though. Kite taking them down. It's now very equal, but Fatality limping a little bit in terms of those health pools. Lizette able to get a nice one, though.
It's a good body block at least. Got the plant down, didn't run out of time, but Kite's just got the crispest headshot of all time. That's a 3K. Ooh. On your left is going to bring it back, and that Reyna looks for the Devour, but it's just the pincer play coming in. Devour doesn't come through, and Milkshake, the final pistol kill is there. Fatality wins the pistol, moves up to 8 rounds.
Great awareness, great what I have to imagine are comms. Happy Milkshake knowing that the Reyna hold up near tree, so the wraparound slowly strangulating that Reyna, and the Reyna has to keep eyes towards Spike, has to know that Kite is posted on site, so you can't divert attention towards your back ends. It's just a nice fundamental play coming in from Fatality, and it's going to buy them a heftier purchase on this second round as well.
2 for 2 in pistol round victories. So far, 1 for 1 on the bonus round victories. We'll see if they can make that 2v2 with, as you mentioned, that guaranteed better weaponry. And I mean, they've got 4 full shields. They're going to go with the 5th full shield on Umbra as they select up the Sheriff. There is going to be all of this Killjoy utility blocking off the B site, but realistically, Kite is pretty far away.
Yeah, it is just this Killjoy. basically alone by themselves. This breach will eventually be settling into a nice comfortable position to play perhaps some stuns off the Killjoy utility. And that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. But Clasher with a wild swing headshot onto Happy Milkshake. The power of the Sheriffs. But I'll tell you what, these are more powerful. Automatic fire. It comes through Kadooie and Kite. Everybody claiming their kills. It's just the one jet in boat. The question remains, does Fatality decide to push their luck, try to get onto site, or do they pivot and go to A? Ooh.
No chance to. The boathouse shutdown comes on through, and as we said for Fatality now, out of those opening rounds, 4 for 4. And we always talk that in Valorant, you win those double pistols. You have, at every single level of play, over an 85% win rate. And especially at this competitive level, those bonus rounds are so nice to grab. And now the question is for Fatality, you already won those first 2. How much damage can you do?
Certainly remains to be seen, but ideally, if you're a fan for Fatality, you want to see them do about 4 rounds worth of damage to their opposition in Nova Core. And we might just see it here, folks. Nova Core looks like they might be working their best way to try to route, but a nice reveal coming in from Nova Core allows them to get that early kill onto the breach. So the breach is holding power, not going to be in effect this time around, but be careful. Nova Core have to push through this mid, and they've suffered losses here before, but not this time.
The good old buddy system on your left, watching to make sure their teammate doesn't die on the market clear. And now it's all down to Milkshake, who is realistically on a 1v5 here. The Jet going to be the first piece of information they will gather, the sound cue, and realizing they've got to walk out. But it's right into a headshot. FRZ puts him in the dirt, and Vavo's back guarding the market for an almost double stolen away from on your left. It's a flawless round number 3 of the half for Nova Core.
Nova Core are going to be pretty happy about that. They'll be very content to walk away with that flawless. Not losing any of your rifles means you get to build up just a little bit more of that eco. Keep some change in your pocket. Sure, you might have to rebuy armor, you might have to rebuy abilities, but that's not where the big ticket items are. Fatality, however, on the other hand, are going to be looking to have some big ticket items back in their possession. The only thing lacking is we see Umbra with that Guardian light armor, although the Reyna, we know, you get that kill. Suddenly, you're not wearing light armor. You might as well be wearing full.
Absolutely. And honestly, it feels like for Umbra, you've got this one way, the pre-fire. I love the shenanigans able to bring. It's going to be the door shut, and then the wraparound play to kind of bolster that defense, disregard the overall tree entry, and then just put your breach a little bit further back. You're able to play with more spacing. It allows those rotations to come in a bit quicker. And then as soon as you send out that Leer here, Clasher wants to try and fight it, knowing they've got to deal with a flash. What is that shot while blind? Clasher opens up the window.
That is crazy work coming in from Clasher. I thought that breach had them dead to rights. Not so the case. Nova Core looking to settle in onto site, and they will eventually, but it comes at the cost of their clove. No smokes to restrict that rafters access. And the Gecko taking quite a bit of damage will eventually be detected, revealed. And Umbra kind of held up in this tree zone by those swarm grenades. Takes a lot of damage from the swarm. Might have been a mistake. Reduces the effect here, but the healing coming through from the Soul Steel going to be very well done. 2 members remain from Nova Core. A little bit more hair thin than you'd like to see it, but Fatality just not quite able to hold on.
And honestly, I wouldn't have been able to either if Clash killed me while blind and then just took the fight with force and double killed to follow on top of the already kill they already had. So yeah, second on the leaderboard for the team, second in the lobby in terms of kills for Clasher, who is 17, 9, and 1. And the more important thing, I mean, look at those ultimates. Only one available in terms of the Empress, but Clasher, FRZ, and Babo all won away.
A very good spot to be in when you have those ultimates that can be round changing, especially if you're able to tempo them ahead of your opposition, especially if that Sova is able to get his before the Killjoy's lockdown. You don't have to worry about that zoning you out. Kadooie with a nice position has to pull out the classic and does eventually land the connect with its Stinger classic, and Kadooie might be able to take some loot for their benefit, does so in that Phantom. And now Nova Corp really going to be struggling here against Fatality, suffering those 2 early losses, so crucial.
That gun's free, by the way. Some good damage, and A good little take of the site. It's all kind of a smoke and mirrors disguise. So Novacore, they're going to at least get that spike down, being able to build up some of their ultimate points. But now they've got a tough bit of task. It's going to be the lockdown already sending the way out. So forcing Fatality to either choose, commit now, or have to bide their time even more. It looks like their choice is just wait. They're going to have to wait the patience. And then once they go, Clasher doubles again. The flash out, they'll trade him through. But it's FRZ from the boathouse that dunks their ship, doubles the kills, and Zucker finishes it off with a cherry on top.
Yeah, it looks like that Killjoy is a little bit too concerned with getting that rifle, doesn't keep eyes towards that corner where the Killjoy is posted up on top of those boxes, takes a headshot for their loss. And that is unfortunate. It looks like the attackers were successful in kind of pressing off the defenders with that lockdown, able to really push them back. Make them have to play, again, like I mentioned before, play a little bit sloppier once the clock starts working against you. However, we still see that both teams still pretty healthy with their ultimates. We see 3 ults on the attackers, 2 on the defense, so not necessarily anemic from either side.
Well, this is a round for Fatality where you have invested a lot. You've lost 3 straight. You lose one here, it could be back to pistols again for you. You've got to be very careful, especially you talk about that Hunter's Fury. Could just keep it until the lockdown comes available, or could push the pressure with that Empress and the knives as well. You have those duelist ultimates that could be game-changing, as Lizette's going to grab some information as Mosh will go down.
Mosh goes out, but it sections off that jet. Not going to matter, though. Kite trying to teleport their way to safety, does not so. Instead, teleports their way to danger. Novacore going quickly for the plant, and Fatality really seem like they're struggling to kind of fend off Novacorp from getting nestled onto whichever site they decide to take. Might cost them here, as now they are down a man and have to go in for that all-crucial retake. Lizette does still have some Dizzy, does still have some utility, the wingman as well. Gather what they can. The blind comes out, doesn't quite hit Zucker, but Zucker now does eventually get taken down by Happy Milkshake, and it's a great start for the retake from Fatality, but it all comes down to this breach as the remaining members start to fall off.
It's just going to be a save at this point. Realizes cannot invest in a 1v3, and man, it is just those boxes. I swear, I can't remember how many times in ranked I've tried to stand behind them and just get shot through them, but they are not safe in any way, and Novacore know their lineups, know their kills. You look at where those X's are. They were right inside of the site and 1 on the entry towards A. Novacore have gone 4 straight to now tie up this first map.
Yeah, a great recovery coming in from Novacore. And I mean, it's looking so good. I think it comes down to what I mentioned a little bit earlier last half, right? We have a lot of power being loaded into FRZ and Clasher. We can see it here on the kills. We can see it here on the scoreboard, 21 and 10, 20 and 10, and then the rest of their team lagging a little bit further behind, whether that's due to On Your Left doing some great work, getting that information and getting the ability to enable those early kills, or whether it's just that those 2 players, the Killjoy and the Jet, are that much power loaded. It remains to be seen, but either way, working out beautifully this half for Nova.
Will it continue to go, though? It's not just about how close you can get, how many rounds you can stack together, but who can win this map. Of course, need to win 2 if you want to win the best of 3 series, with 7 ultimates across the lobby up and available here in this round. What do they choose to go with here? Cadwin is going to go for the Rolling Thunder, bouncing everybody in towards the trampoline. Lizette's got a shot through the wall, and this Jet is just trapped in a pizzeria. Cadwin makes him into a topping, and it's a 5v3 already in favor of Fatality. Milkshake even gets 1 more.
Oh, I have some thoughts on that one, but we are looking good so far for the attacking team. The Clove able to get out of their form, might be able to get the spike down with that ultimate timer still online, or might just be able to drop it. No, it looks like they're going to be clearing out boat, trying to go for the plant, but not going to be here long for this world. A good hold off from the defensive team. Don't want to enable that Clove to come back into the battlefield in full effect, and now it's just down to Babo. That's Sova having to hold solo against this Omen and Reyna. A very dark duo indeed.
Was it teleport away from the Omen? You wonder if they can find the timing now. Umbra's gonna wait. Clove Smoke gets the kill in. That's a 3K. Make it for the Clutch Master. The double digits for Novacore. And Babo's quadra kill seals the deal.
And I had some thoughts on the early plays coming in from Nova. Clasher throws the Cloudburst down at their feet, and that's actually what enables the kill from Cadwin to come in and connect onto the Jet. I don't think Cadwin had an idea that Clasher was held up in Pizza until they heard the sound cue from the Cloudburst. And because of that, we see them, the Cadwin that is turned towards that Cloudburst. As soon as it drops, is able to connect onto Clasher, and then they have the flash for the retakes. If that had gone in Fatality's way, that would have largely been on that Jet, just not holding those abilities tight. However, Umbra holding very aggressive, gets the early kill onto Babo. Saw that 4K go up and decided to end it early this time.
Clasher doubles up again, and honestly, you get the fadeaway there as the Reyna. You might be able to get 3, maybe 4, but it's going to be Novacore now with control of the site. They're going to get too much space going forward, but at least they're not trapped within the site. They're pushed forward, they've got some range, but they're going to back off on the steps.
And Novacore, again, this is a situation of where you can just play slow, force your opponents to make a maneuver that leaves them waiting. Cadwin going to be taking the swing, but a little bit mistimed with Lizette and Happy Milkshake, not able to take advantage of everybody showing that presence at the same time. Instead, it's piecemealed apart by Novacore, now up 11-9, and Novacore have been on a tear this half, 6 rounds in a row.
And how about that last round as well? You pick up the full house, Clasher gets 3, On Your Left gets 2, and you've got now 3 ultimates ready to go. The early aggression shut down, and now it's back into rifles after an eco round, after 6 rounds straight. Fatality need an answer. This could be the last time they could get to pick up the phone here in this map.
And the disappointing thing, Lum, is that they can't even reliably count on the lockdown to buy them too much space on those retakes. As long as the Stova is still standing, they're not going to be able to get too much. But Fatality making sure to eliminate 2 right off the bat. That Jet, that Killjoy, the high kill members from Novacore are taken out of the equation. So if you're Fatality and you're looking at that scoreboard, you might be licking your chops knowing that these 3 players might be the more vulnerable ones, might be the ones that are easier to clean up. Still remains to be seen. Happy Milkshake holding Nestled in wine.
Do you check it? That's going to be the question. When does Milkshake want to go? They're not really looking right now, and they're just going to walk right into the line of fire. It's a double kill disaster as blood falleth. It's the 3K from Milkshake.
Oh man, the good discipline, the good preparation from Milkshake, doesn't get too antsy, waits, holds the patience on that first kill onto the Clove until they can see the Reyna as well. Then the follow-up is there, leaving Babo all by themselves. Babo looking a little bit disoriented, not having the wherewithal to know that the Killjoy got the kills from wine instead of from sight. So excellent performance coming in from Fatality, helping to equalize themselves just a little bit, stabilize and regroup themselves. Surprisingly though, Novacorp not as flush with cash, especially On Your Left, as I might have anticipated.
They did have a lot of deaths in those previous rounds, even though they were winning them. It is some ultimates still available, and for Lizette, it's just going to try peek. Ferrari swings out, takes down the top fragger in Clasher, and now for Novacore, you wonder, where do you go? Lizette not only got that kill, but gained the information that there are more coming through main.
We still do have that Thrash online. Can be used to sniff out any weaknesses on this push coming through from the attackers should they need it. But On Your Left's going to be getting very aggressive using those Leers, trying to rein in. Lizette does see the Reyna though, has to go for an unfortunate reload, and On Your Left able to take advantage, get the headshot, and crack this site wide open like a nice walnut. It's going to be all up to this Killjoy to try to retake, but Milkshake, only 1 player. Only so much you can do. Might be looking to hold on to their rifles. They just recovered. They just restabilized. On Your Left can't connect.
Soccer can though, and that's a 3K. Novacore have earned themselves the map point here. Just 1 away from earning themselves a map number 1 victory. And with 4 ultimates to do so here on the attacking side, I mean, it's going to be an SMG, a regen shield, and some ultimates to try and fight back from Fatality. But they need to win 2 rounds straight if they want to force overtime.
Yeah, and then from overtime, if the first round or the first half is anything to base off of, who knows how long we'll be here for Llama. But either way, never complain about some more high-quality Valorant, which I believe we are seeing here today. Initially, though, it's going to be Novacore playing a little bit farther back. Fatality not taking advantage of some early swings as we've been seeing on that B site either. So both teams perhaps playing a little bit more reserved, starting to understand exactly where this line lays.
Kite swings it and will pay for their punishment here. It is the headshot that comes on through on your left. As the Empress will choose if they want to pop it here, of course. If you do lose this round, still want to have a bit of a safety net, it's going to be that Killjoy going through. No Hunter's Fury to counter it, but a counter good enough is going to be the other lockdown. But it's just Pokemon here. The type advantage, the elemental critical hit comes through as the Hunter's Fury rips down, but a 2-for-1 trade sets up Fatality for a 3v3 as the door closes.
What would you call KJ? Like a steel type? Either way, Babo going to be taking the shot right onto Umbra, right into the head. And that's going to be the attacker surging onto sight. The rounds go in favor of Novacorp. 13-10 Fatality, putting up a very good demonstration, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close, very back and forth. And I think if you're going to pick any type for the Nova Corps, pick a fire type, man. Towards the end, they just had those solo plays to bring them back across the brink where it did not look good. I was not going to lie. After they lost those first 2 rounds out of the half, they were down 9-5, but then were able to really string together that offensive side. And, you know, we were wondering for Fatality how that composition was going to work on the defensive. It was a little bit tough for them to gather space or actually hold down those sides. So now Novacorp is just 1 map away from taking the series in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, and I'm actually very happy with, you know, in the casting world, Llama, we call it like the storyline that we're seeing from these teams. I love you bring up the stat, you know, the team that wins 2 pistol rounds has a significantly higher chance of winning the map by a large margin, not like a 55% chance, but something upward of 60, 70, 80. And that's not what we saw. We saw the total turnaround from Novacorp despite losing those 4 rounds to the pistol and bonus. Overall, a great performance. And folks, I'm hoping we're going to see some more fantastic performances in just a little bit. Llama, what else do we got coming up?
Well, we've got more Valorant. We've also got lots of other game titles, as to mention here for CEA. A whole schedule, a whole weekend of days. And as well, we've got so much across the upcoming season as well. Fatality, though, is going to look to battle back on Pearl. Before we head there, we are going to head to a short little break. So don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, grab a drink, as the CEA Continental Valorant Championships will be right back.
All right, folks, welcome back. The players have rested, shaken their hands off, ready for the next map. The casters have had peanuts thrown at them. So that's pretty much everything we needed to do to come back from the break. We are ready to get back into it. If you missed us, you miss a fierce first map in Novacore versus Fatality. Novacore actually having a massive swing on the second half coming back from Ascent. But now we're looking ahead towards Pearl here, Llama.
Yeah, Pearl's a fun map, an exciting one here in the overall pool. And of course, Haven will be our third selection if we do need it. Of course, on the other side for Fatality, they would need to win Pearl to force a map number 3. If Novacore wins this map number 2, the series is over. They are the victors, and they will get all of the bragging rights that do come with it. So very important, but I think, as you said, a very back and forth overall first map. Fatality, for them, they've got to come out swinging.
And I can already hear the music for these teams getting ready to select their lineups. And we've already seen kind of a move away, at least from one of these teams, from that double initiator. We'll see if that's going to be the case. We can already see that for the defenders, it is, in fact, going to be so. Instead, it's going to be double smokes coming through for Pearl, but neither of those smokes going to be the screen. So no Viper, no Harbor. Kind of interesting. I like personally having those long screens, kind of for those long sight lines that you can kind of carve out a little bit more intricately. And it seems like the attackers still hovering, still trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. But the Viper, much more in line with what I would expect personally.
And honestly, I mean, I'm kind of a fan of that Harbor just because there is those long sightlines, but there's also those weird crevices in Pearl where it's like right angle, right angle, right angle, and you can kind of weave in between that, where Viper's just like, okay, I'm going to send a straight line. Good luck trying to work through that. I do love a deadlock. I think deadlock, especially on the attacking side, if you can move forward, actually grab one of these sites, it makes it very tough for the defenders to pop off in those retakes. We've got a Waylay hover as well, so maybe the newest agent getting some showcase here in map number 2.
Still remains to be seen, as it looks like attackers not quite nestling in just yet. It's going to be the double initiator for sure. Is it the Astra, or is it maybe the Viper? A Cypher. I feel like Cypher on Pearl, not the most common of agent selections, but I would say perhaps neither is Chamber. Both of these teams going with some unusual or less predominant Sentinel picks.
And honestly, I don't know if it's just like the caster unprediction, but I'm like, I really want to see Icebox. I really want to see Sunset, both of them banned first. I really want to see a Harbor. I really want to see a Waylay, a Deadlock. No. Okay, I get it. Go away from whatever Llama wants to hear today, but I digress. It is map number 2, Novacore, hailing from the Volkswagen Corporation, will have a chance to possibly sweep out this series.
And it looks like this is going to be a no-nonsense round. Almost everybody buying up on those ghosts, with the exception of Umbra, going to be holding the hand cannon Sheriff, ready to just blow some holes through some opponents' eye sockets if possible. But either way, it's going to be a very one-tappy type situation moving head up here, Llama.
Those headshots can be nice from the Ghost as we're ready to go. Fatality starting on this attacking side, and we are ready to go for Pearl. If you've never seen Pearl before, it's that mid-highway that can really generate a lot of momentum. B is so tough, especially against a Chamber, because it has literally the longest angle ever, and that Headhunter can do some damage, but it's going to be the teleport back. Umbra and Kriv already gained control of B main.
And gaining control of the length of B is not the hard part. It is getting onto the site with this. I mean, sure, you can smoke off those the hallways to prevent those long sight lines. Oh, but on your left, barely able to dodge that headshot from the Ghost. Doesn't dodge it the second time. Kite able to take advantage. Now that Gecko not going to have the kits, not going to have the Dizzy to really give themselves that information, that heads up. Will still be available for Fatality. However, Babo not quite able to connect onto Umbra, but Umbra lands the all necessary shot they need to. Wingman scurrying along to get the plant going.
What a W guy. Gets the plant down for him, and now it becomes the flip-flop, where it becomes very tough to get that defuse with the B patient angles ready to go. A couple of smokes will delay the timing, but the ping is there, and Ascend through the smoke here. Fatality want to invest the members, and Umbra will get rewarded with the flick of the wrist and a 3K. FRZ has to do it all and can only get the one. Fatality across the course of 2 maps are 3 for 3 in the pistol round.
After last game, I'm not putting the hype on Fatality just yet for winning that first round pistol. And it's not because they lose those bonus rounds. It's because we haven't seen that translate necessarily into map wins yet. And so Fatality really needs to buckle down and take that advantage when they can. I mean, we've seen them have that 100% conversion rate from pistol to bonus round wins, and we're going to be seeing it again, most likely, with the armory they have in their hands. I think I saw a Vandal in there, a Bulldog, and a couple of SMGs.
Different choice of selection of the weaponry here, and the gamble stack from Nova. They don't have the weaponry, so they're going to go for a 50-50. And this time it looks they're right. Through the Dizzy, the Headhunter won't do the damage. The other side, Lizette's got the cutoff. And the Dizzy is going to be reclaimed. 10-second cooldown on that one as Wingman is going to go up. Dizzy's going to go down, but the Clove Smoke comes down just in time to block off that vision line. And now for Zockers and crew, you've got to do something about this retake as Umbra hits the headshot.
Yeah, Zocker, I believe, not able to see the Reyna, but the Reyna might just have been able to peek them through the smoke. FRZ is going to be going in for the defuse, gets pulled off of the spike just barely. It's going to have to be the re-defuse trying to come through. Spike diffuser gets taken down. It's all up to Clasher, not able to do too much there. However, 2 kills claimed off the side of Fatality, although I'm sure they reclaimed their guns, especially that Vandal.
Pick up the most expensive thing, and there you go. Will be Lizette picking that up with the regen shield to go here into the next round. Fatality go back to back as they've done so many times already. Now it's going to be the third round. The full rifle coming through from Nova. They've got the Outlaw as well picked up with the full shield onto Master Babo, who's going to be looking to just shut down that long B angle. And for Fatality, again, we question just how much damage can you do here?
Remains to be seen. They still do have a rifle, a lot of opportunities, a lot of tools to pry themselves into a favorable position. Babo could be opting into that Outlaw, could be so crucial against any teams that have that light armor only purchase. It will one-shot at body. And Babo just trying to hold these angles as they know they're going to have to peer through that smoke. Eventually going to be waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Will Fatality on your left, however, ready with the Dizzy to throw it in, get that hard engagement. And right now, just a soft peek, but Fatality might slowly be sniffing out with that Cypher, that A site, a little bit more clear. Maybe the calls are being made, and we can already see the spike starting to pivot.
Can they escape with their lives? It looks like mostly so. Zockers is going to be the first one to actually fall. And this means a 5v4, the reopening through from Kite, who has just had so much space down here through the mid plaza into the doors. And we'll send out the Chomsky, but Babo sends out the double bullets right to the body. Clasher gets a headshot as the spike will go down.
And that was so much space purchased from Fatality. They're just not able to hold on to it. That Cypher perhaps pushing just a little bit too deep. Gonna be Happy Milkshake taken down, and then finally it should come down to this Astra. Question remains, can Fatality deliver? It's gonna come down to Umbra. Guess the 1 kill has to back out, and it's the Wingman going in for the defuse. Gets so successfully, perhaps the goodest boy of them all.
The best one to do it, and honestly, that spike plant location just didn't quite help him. Pretty safe behind the boxes, had to invest the bullets to try and clear it out, and did invest that Umbra Empress ultimate very early on into this half. Now, of course, Reyna's one that only needs 6 of those orbs to charge it back up, but you wonder, maybe could have been more useful in this 4th round. Either way, it is no ultimates on the board. It's a straight up rifle round.
And I have to wonder when the switch flipped for Novacore to realize, hey, they're putting a little bit too much fake pressure on B. We need to start pivoting towards A. Because Fatality looked like they had a really good read of the situation, having A possession for a lot less purchase. It's going to, however, be a great start for Novacore, moving this round ahead as they get the early 2 kills. Fatality going to be very weakened and very high likelihood that the defending Novacore knows all 3 of them are in this B main.
They're going to crunch him. No chance to escape now. It is only 4. That is the way they've got to walk. Dizzy goes through, but doesn't connect onto Milkshake. And now all of a sudden the reloads come through. It's just going to be a patient play back through spawn as Clasher will await the rotation. There's no space gained all the way into sight. There is some space gained into main, but on your left is going to be able to snipe one down, and they will escape right into the waiting arms of Clasher. A 2v1 for them, and they've got to clear every single angle, not wanting to go super hard. They invest the Dizzy, it's the wrong way. Headshot comes through. How about a double? Clasher gets the flawless for Novacore.
And that is such a tough spot for the Gecko. You throw the Dizzy out there just to try to clear everything, but Clash are able to dip behind that wall, behind the archway, just before the paint spurts out, not giving any clue that there is a Jet waiting to get the backstab. Does so successfully, and because of that, another equalized game so far, 2-2. And Novacore certainly seem to have the money advantage here as Fatality limping away with those weaker buys.
They're going to try and go for something fast here. Clasher's going to be under a lot of pressure to start out this round in a possible 1v4 on the entry. Here comes through. It's going to be the Leer plus the Prowler combo, and then the send through. Babo's got a headshot on towards the mid, but it's Clasher that shuts down one, and that's already 3 players down. The reinforcement comes through, and the spike is in no man's land.
Yeah, the spike resting nicely in that smoke. Kite with an unfortunate weapon swap, pulling out the ability. Can't get their Spectre out in time. Lizette is able to take down 0-1. That will get them that neural theft, but just not enough time in that Cypher's position. Surely going to be given away by the death. Has to just try to play carefully, get what they can. It looks like they picked up a Vandal, and they might just be trying to escape with it. No, has to go for this re-engage. Babel able to teleport high, disorienting Lizette all around the map.
Those quick moves, and Babu, the real victor of that round, just helped reinforce Clasher's position, which originally looked very fragile. But that's just something that Pearl has. A lot of those right angles, you think that the map is bigger than it actually is. There are a lot of quick rotations, especially on that defensive side. And now it's back to the full buy. That kind of half investment will go back to full rifles. Only the regen shield on one. And we've got 4 ultimates in play.
The fact that we see the regen shields maybe means that they lean away from those B angles. They don't want to take any of those early outlaw shots and cost yourself a man advantage in the early ends of this round. It's going to be the Gecko throwing out utility, just trying to get some clearance in mid. It's kind of how we've seen Fatality. They fight for that mid a little bit more aggressively than might be worth at times. Lizette slowly creeping up, just waiting, trying to find whatever advantage they can, but they're giving a lot of space over to this Jet for Novacore, already pushed into spawn. A huge wrap from Clasher.
Clasher's going to do it again. Patience comes through. There's the shot. It's only a body shot, but it's even more on the cards as Kite doubles up with a headshot. Now things get really interesting. Lizette not caught in the tripwire placement, but some information gained as well. The clove smoke will push them right back into the waiting grass of Babo. Through the door, the shots go, and the knife is going to be pulled out for the fast run, and then that teleport. Astra has gained space in towards the halls. They know this site is clear, and Milkshake through the smoke gets the kill.
I believe that was because of the scan from the Fade, the eye, giving away that chamber position, allowing the Astra to shoot nicely through the smoke. Soccer doesn't check the corner fully, and Lizette able to take them down. Another 3 attackers coming up clean. And again, that just comes down to the pivoting that we saw. Another moment where Happy Milkshake was just able to push onto B site once Novacore completely evacuated, getting themselves nestled so nicely in that the retake near impossible from Fatality.
That rotary position always so good, and I've liked the ideas from Clasher. Just that time, you get 2, you get even 3 there. The round definitely changes up, but only got that single, and it is going to be the tour de force invested early on here from Babo. Has the shotgun just in case things do go awry. Here for Fatality, though, they've tied up the round count 3-3, but they're still down in overall map count 1-0. I wonder if they use any of their 4 ultimates here in this round.
The tour de force will be revealed to be at A, so that might mean that the attackers start to lean more towards that B site. I mean, they're going to try, but Clash are putting Happy Milkshake down. That's a lot of utility gone from the Astra. No longer in effect. Ooh, but a nice trade out FRZ. Getting taken down by Umbra, as now these teams are looking at a 4v4. And it looks like A still not being favored. They know that that tour de force might still be in effect, but there should be the thought, you know, maybe that chamber's had enough time to rotate. Mind games can certainly be played here.
You have unlocked that mid highway. And at some point, the mind games can be enough to game your own mind. Get yourself a little bit tied up in a knot and just wait too long to go, because it's 40 seconds. Need about 5 to get that plant down. And I mean, at this moment, especially with a Gecko guarding that B site and the tour de force on A, it is going to be really tough to actually get this engagement. And down to 25 seconds, the green light has to be now. Clasher gets a headshot, and this round is pretty much over.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with your fatality. If you walk into that trademark, it's going to reveal your location, and then the chamber can just pivot with that tour de force. Do we see the kills go through? Left. Wingman going to be making a break for the point. They're going to be hearing the kit go down. It will actually be a plant, so it's going to have to be a soft retake coming in from Novacorp. They're already very close and nestled onto site. And Neural Theft, however, might be buying them a little bit, might be buying Fatality a little bit more time, especially with Thrash coming in. The burn down does come through. And with the Wingman trying to go in for the defuse, it's all going to be clean up here from Novacorp. And what a good time buy from Novacorp. It didn't end up affecting Fatality in the pre-plant, but still, it caused them to have to really rush that.
Yeah, they really were thinking about where to go, and I think that Clasher kill also kind of stalled them. They were entering that space with about 30 seconds to go. Clasher gets that kill, and then you have to send out Wingman as a planting utility rather than a clearing utility to try and push that tour de force back. And by the way, Bob always said it had bought a shotgun as the backup, so just rush straight through that smoke, and if the tour de force wasn't enough, it's going to be the operator upgrade.
We see now Fatality looking a little bit more cohesive, just trying to get those immediate shots and can't quite connect onto the Astra. Very tough. That is the second time we've seen them miss with those high impact rifle shots. On your left, however, we're going to have a Mosh getting sent out, pushing back the opposition from that B main, but not sure if they're aware that the entirety of the team is hot on the heels of that B main, getting super aggressive, although a lot of space being bought by Novacorp, making perhaps a little bit of claustrophobia onto the minds of Fatality.
See how they work it, though, as that divide goes down. Kite has got a quick shot, and Clasher can't pull the trigger. There's another one they know, caught with the tripwire, but it does make it very interesting with that long-range weaponry. The defuse is just coming through. Is anybody going to stop it? Finally, they do. Soccer's going to use that secondary life. The camera sees it all, but who cares? Novacorp just sticks the dang thing. They'll win the round. They'll lose a couple members on top of it, but they get the round win is the most important thing.
That felt a little bit like too many eggs in one basket. They had so many people holding for that flank from attacker spawn that they just couldn't contest as efficiently from the long angles of B. And sure, there was the Astra screen, but at that point, if that screen goes down, you don't have anybody to push through. Bullets don't go through it. I believe the Gecko already used his Mosh ability. And even if not, well, then you just wait out the Mosh ability. Maybe one person dies to it, and then you go right back to defusing. So a very big misplay coming in from Fatality. Novacorp starting to get themselves an early lead, even in this round where they get one kill, but it gets equalized quickly. Both duelists going down. Kite, the next to follow.
Good little buddy system play here. Interestingly enough, it's going to be Bobo who has to back up, still hits the shot, and FRZ's got their crossfire. Happy Milkshake still gets the trade out 1-for-1, but it's just a Astra with minimal HP and nothing left to do for it. On your left, able to get that final kill, and it's 6-3 Novacorp in what is a nice little defender-sided map for them. They're really starting to open up this scoring.
And I'm actually quite impressed. We've not seen Bobo play that op or his tour de force too heavily on B main. They're really seeming to have those kind of off angles on A, those one-shot locations, those get in, get out type deals that's really, I mean, I would say it's paying off, but it's catching Fatality off guard at the very least, even if you're not translating it into direct kills. We already saw a round where it slowed Fatality down to a crawl where they couldn't push in that A. And I anticipate that we'll keep seeing that tempo change, especially if Novacorp keeps pivoting where they put the op.
It's back on B long. Sees the shoulder, gets the kill, and the teleport back to safety without taking any damage. Perfect shot selection there. And on your left is going to reposition on top of the screens box. And Doesn't grab any information per se, but again, it's just going to slow down Fatality. Look at all the space they've lost across the map as Zocker's got the first. The double doors patient for them as they're traded out in their own right.
I don't know how it happened, but look at this Fatality. Reyna creeping around in defender spawn slowly to wrap around towards that B. Might provide a bit of relief, especially if they anticipate the chamber coming out and having their eyes a little bit off distraction. This is huge. That kill onto the Gecko means that the chamber is fully focused on the Astra, but the Reyna doesn't quite have the connection. Astra takes a nasty bullet, but I believe it was only a legger. So they're able to survive and walk away. Clasher not able to get the wrap, and the attacker's kind of flipping the map just a little bit. It's going to be returning to normality here as the spike does go down, however.
FRZ got a huge kill. Spike is down, as you mentioned. Health bars are relatively even with both Astras. Not too worse, rather worse for the wear. FRZ is going to be looking for the early duel. That Spike planted out in the open and will drop the star as well. You're starting to run out of time. You got to remember you've got an operator in your back pocket. There's the clear. Happy Milkshake just playing inside the smoke, and we'll get to a safer position. 30 HP, the clear round. It's a 3K, and that's Fatality dueling back.
And I think that these rounds are where you can see why Fatality tries to play a little bit more aggressively towards mid. They know if they can route mid in either one of the directions, towards B or towards A, that they can get a wrap into attacker spawn, and that can either cause so much confusion in your opposition or it can give you so much leverage against them. We didn't quite see it come into full force, but Fatality had that Reyna nestled in a beautiful way to get early kills on the chamber, on the Gecko, on that B site. And now that Novacore knows that, they have to be more aware of it.
They've got to be very wary of these opportune attacking spots as Fatality. Just 2 rounds left to go. The fears are going to be faced. The sounds are going to be turned off here for FRZ, and even the Prowler on top isn't going to be enough to dissuade them away from the site, but the kill will. Umbra traded 1 for the kite, and Gadwin gets Clasher down finally. This is a free site with that Astral Divide coming through to splice that one right in half. The Thrasher does connect, but can you really push on this? You've really got to send out the Mosh, trying to send him in. Finally, the Poison pushes him out, and it's a 3-on-3.
Gadwin in a brutal spot right there, trying to just get away, gets hit by the Mosh. There's nothing you can do except swing out and hope they miss their shots. They don't. These are very good teams, but Lizette able to rain through on those smokes. Fine purchase 4-2. Happy Milkshake able to get the final kill on your left, and Fatality looking to swing this a little bit more towards even now. A 6 versus 5 as we head into this last round before the swap.
Nice set of combo ults too. I mean, you send in the Nightfall to really push everybody away, scare them, and then the Cosmic Divide just makes everything even more dangerous. If you didn't like one audio turned off, how about 2 audios turn out? And no, they don't cancel each other. It's not like a double negative scenario.
Oh, I bet you would be wishing they did if you were on the receiving end of them. However, we're going to see Babo once again with those long-range weaponries posted up onto B. Question is, where do the attackers anticipate that weaponry being lined up? It's going to be the Dizzy coming out early. Babo able to take one. Everybody's claiming something, as it seems Clasher getting one with the knives even. Might as well use them. It is the last round, of course, and Fatality now down to 2 members. That Fade, that Cypher, not the most aggressive players. Very good for intel, very good for kind of making sure that opponents aren't able to wrap in unconventional ways, but not so great for pushing, which is all you're left with when you have the Spike. Lizette able to connect through the door on your left, not so lucky.
Now it's all about just the gunplay. What do you got left here in this 2v4? You've still got to battle against those knives as Zocker drops the Spike on down and double kills to finish it out. Novacore win the half 7-5.
I think Kite actually took that swing a little early. They go in with the Prowler, but the Prowler gets shot, and because of that, the second bullet scales up, hits them in the chest, and they're not able to swing as quick out of that smoke. And because of that, the next few shots are easy line up for that defender holding in. And now Novacore 7-5 up, huge advantage, and we're gonna be seeing some aggression, even a frenzy. I love seeing that look.
A little bit of a change up here, and not just 1, 2. We've got one on either side here. So both teams bringing some spice up. Fatality, though, this defensive side has to be a really, really good. They need to win this map if they want to stay in the series. You are on a 2-site defensive side now, but you got to play to perfection.
Novacore certainly sitting pretty, 7-5. They're going to be happy with that. And I'm very curious to see how they utilize this chamber. Babo on the attacking side now. We saw them do a lot of the change-ups with that tour de force, but perhaps going to be looking a little bit differently. You can't play a stationary when you're on the attack, at least until you get into that post-plant set up. It's going to be a cluster going through Art Novacore, looking to really surge with those numbers advantage. A lot of Astra Kit and the Cypher both set up on A, but the response from the defense rather rapid here. Happy Milkshake with a nice wraparound. Can they get the timing? No, not quite.
The walk through the smoke just wasn't there in times of the play. And Babo's got that headshot as on your left is just looking for the spray through. Will choose to go over to the ghost here. Umbra hits the headshot, but it's time for a 3v2 as Wingman isn't going to catch anybody. And Zocker and crew, they've got the shutdown. Novacore have won their first pistol round of the day.
On your left might be owing Zocker a little bit for that one. I'm not sure that they were necessarily trained onto those areas where the opponents were swinging, but Zocker making sure not a hair on their head comes to harm, cleaning up the remaining two members. And now you're still walking away, still a pretty good half. We're going to be seeing not the Vandal this time around, but a Phantom instead from the winning bonus team. And I believe this is the first Novacore pistol round we saw one here, Llama.
Yeah, I mean, they are now 1 for 4, but the only thing that matters is their map count, 1-0. They've got a chance to extend this lead up to 9-5 with that bonus weaponry, as you were talking about. And here for Clasher, talk about building up those knives early. They're just going to predict correctly. Back inside, it's going to be the pistol miss. FRZ able to spray down, even hit the reload on the Stinger before getting back to safety.
And look at the rapidness of the response from Fatality. They are taking so much space. Sure, it's space you've acquired only with Sheriffs and maybe a couple of lower tier weapons, but they're able to get one Zocker. And we've seen it so many times in the last map especially. You get those early kills with the Sheriff, maybe you start reclaiming some more powerful guns. It still requires you getting on point, but Babo just looking a little bit too sharp. And now it's all up to Cadwin, can get some information, but that is a long ask coming here. They're going to be hearing on your left reloading. Not able to deliver on your left. Taking down their Gecko mirror.
Lovely little bit of patience, I gotta say, for Novacore after what was just a very speedy start. They get in, they take the site, and sure, they've got the better weaponry, but they played towards their advantage. They know they've got this chamber that can deal a little bit more long-range damage for the ones that don't have the rifles. So they've gone back-to-back. Again, we ask how much damage can they do as, I mean, Babo is having one heck of a game for themselves, 16-5-2.
The question for me in terms of those storylines we bring up, Llama, is can Fatality have a Novacore style swing back where they're down 4 rounds? Novacore only needs 4 to win, but Fatality has a massive turnaround in their performance. Certainly remains to be seen, but Novacore going to be looking to aggress a little bit towards that A, a little bit perhaps towards the door, although I am always wary to go through those doors when it comes to those longer sight lines.
My ult's ready.
I mean, it's World War II out there. You really don't get a chance to go in for free. And, well, Umbra doesn't get their chance to overextend. Clasher gets the headshot before Lizette puts another into the dirt. Fatality have got a man advantage here, but they really just don't know where to go. They're trying to play that mid-highway, put a little bit of police road blockages there so that Novacore doesn't have as easy of a time walking through it. But the problem is, it's again, ships in the night, a free sail for the Novacore.
I love the jukes we're seeing come through for these teams. Novacore, again, so good at doing those pump fakes or those reroutes where they're able to just get themselves nestled onto point, kind of unawares to the enemy team. Cadwin has to be very careful here. Babo is holding on that high, does have the rendezvous. Gets the 1 kill. Dizzy going out, getting some information, but Cadwin with a nice claim to fame. Flash are going to be getting 4 at the end of the day, though.
That is insane. I'm not going to lie. Clasher finds the timing to isolate both of those final kills into 1v1s. And that is 1 away from the Blade Storm as well. The economy for Fatality. They are now 5 residents, I guess 4 residents of Shambles Town with some light shields, some rifles here and there, and it is what it is.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If you're Fatality, you really have to bunker down and make sure your mental is going to be good enough, because based on these purchases, I don't know if we'll be seeing any buys come through them should they lose this one. Remains to be seen, though. Early Nebula's coming out. No, it's just the recalls instead. Flasher with a nice swing on to Kite. Kite pre-firing. just a bit too much. They're able to get a nice connection with that. A little bit longer than a Phantom feels like it should be able to hit at. Either way, Clash are not going to be complaining as they get nice entry onto site, getting 3 to their name.
Clash is just dropping nukes out here. 5 HP and still a danger to clear up towards the tower side. Instead, Zocker doesn't quite look in time, and Lizette back to safety only for a moment. Gets the double at the close range. Neural Theft is going to be popped. You need a clutch now. You've got the Phantom. You've got 86 HP. The good news is Clasher, the first duel, is the lowest, but Clasher still hit a bullet at 5 HP. Gets the Quadra and puts Novacore on 11.
Oh, nice little squeezy there too. But no, there was so much pressure coming in from FRZ. Just on that wraparound, once again, they were coming through the defenders. Spawn, the Cypher should have known that, given the neural theft. And even if they didn't react to it, it's still so much pressure onto Novacore because onto Fatality because you just can't tell. You don't know which way is going to hit you first, and you just have to try to cope and get the best option you can. Fatality now at a huge deficit. Novacorp, big lead here.
2 to win it all. As they'll drop the spike back and look for the early kill. They will get it. Prowler won't give you anything, and no ultimate orb for the Fade. That's almost a free site already, as Lizette has to do it all on this terms of the clearance. The re-clear is good enough as Clasher trades them. But this is just a free site, and again, those double close smokes give Nova so much space to get this plant down.
Yeah, worth noting that the attackers did lose that Gecko. The Gecko didn't have the spike, but getting rid of that Gecko sort of relieves the pressure of you having those long-range plants. However, Fatality in a very brutal position. Now they have their back up against a wall, 5 to 12. This has gone so belly up for them.
From bad to worse, I mean, it was a winnable scenario going 7-5 in the other side, but now you've lost 5 straight, 2 ultimates up and available for Novacore. They are in position to win the series, to hoist the playoff trophy. Fatality is going to need some heroics, and we talk about some of these limping buys. You go half buy last round, you have to go half buy again because you lost.
Yeah, the economic planning from Fatality, not a huge fan of it. If you know that there's a good chance you might be going to match point, you really want to save up and try to have some higher grade equipment for it. Novacore has the Gecko kind of still posted up in the attacker. There we go, starting to get a move on. But Novacore down 1 is a great start for Fatality. They just need to hold on to it. They didn't suffer much, if any, damage. That puts them in a very good foot, especially with Lizette getting on your left.
Lizette's going to post up as well to see if they can't find even more. Through this attacker side, Spawn is going to look forward onto Clasher. First Clasher not checking, finally will and gets the kill. A 5v3 turned into a 3v3. A tale as old as time. And Novacore is going to rush towards this A site. They're going to send Astra straight down the gullet. And that's a kill. 3 to 2, the dash onto site, and the defense is broken.
What?
Scattered. Fatalities down to 1 member.
There was some real hope for Fatality. They had a huge moment of strength there, but they just let their hands off the brake a little bit too early. Kite, the last remaining member to see before that scoreline goes 13 to 5. Novacore successful in a much more convincing fashion than we saw on first map.
They win a pistol. I mean, it's as simple as that. They win their half. They don't look back, and they didn't lose a single round on that attacking side. So just absolutely flawless for Novacore. They win the series in 2-0 sweeping fashion, but for Fatality, I mean, just 2 really good games of Valorant. To even get towards this point, all the regular season play that they were put through and all of the turmoil that they battled to now put up that set of numbers, a 13-10 against the winning team. Both teams definitely should hold their head high.
Yeah, I am not disappointed with any level of Valorant we saw. And even though you might look at the scoreline and say, oh, Fatality, perhaps not of the same cut as Novacore, there were definitely some maneuvers I liked from Fatality. I liked the amount of maps control they were able to acquire. I liked the kind of distractions they were able to apply into the backs of Novacore, causing those like weird turnarounds and weird discombobulations because, you know, they're on the attacking side and all of a sudden they're coming from the defender spawn. That kind of stuff, really brilliant. Love to see when teams play a little bit more of that aggressive style in terms of that control.
Yeah, and I think they played it to a T. I think they wanted to play their style. They didn't want to change up anything. And to their right, they earned their spot in this grand final. And there's always next season, there's always another chance to battle it out and pick up some victories. With the Nova Core win, it does mean the day is over for us, but not for CEA and the weekend. We have got an action-packed schedule ready to go. LoL, Valorant today. We've got Rocket League, 3 sets of it, and as well the finishing of CS2 tomorrow. So make sure, if you have not already, hit the subscribe button here on the Corporate Esports Association YouTube channel. I know we're streaming across a couple other different Twitch channels. We got to give a huge shout out to Metagame and Amazon Luna for being our partners of today's stream. We've also got to thank Gatago, the man behind the scenes running all of our production here today. But for Walt, for Llama77, that is going to do us. Novacore wins with a 2-0 count. We hope to see you all next time.